in from. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Women Thrive Through Travel virtual event of 2026. I am so excited to have all of you guys here today, all of our incredible speakers, women around the world. Hello, hello, hello. Toronto, Slovenia, Canada, Costa Rica, San Antonio, London, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Germany, Vancouver, Toronto, Pennsylvania. Keep on dropping in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. We are going to get started. We have a lot to do today. We had over 500 registrants for today's event, so I am keeping an eye on the wait room, but we are going to go ahead and get started. If we could all just do me a favor and turn off all of our mics, that would be fantastic.
Now, the last 5 minutes,
Everyone could just mute
there's only a few of
themselves.
us who are on the call with him. We noticed that we thought we could
That
see
setting on, and
someone's
I
hand.
didn't.
Hmm?
But if we can just hit the
So
mute button.
I think that he was using a filter. At the time, we didn't realize he was using a filter because it looked like he was in a room.
So we
So
can
this
mute
is why I
ourselves.
know
That would
because
be great.
come on.
There we go. All right, everyone. Okay, let's get started. Hi, everyone. This is the 2026 Women Thrive Through Travel MasterFind virtual event. I am Sahara Rose DeVore. I am the founder and creator of the Women Thrive event. Can everyone hear me okay? Thumbs up? Perfect. All right. Sorry, guys. Let's get a
Can I hear you?
Sahara, you're muted.
I am muted now, aren't I? Okay. Drop a me in the chat if this is the first Women Thrive event that you guys have attended.
Hey, Sahara, you're on mute again.
Sorry, I didn't do the settings where I mute everyone when they join, so I'm trying to mute people and I'm muting myself. So if we can all just hit that mute button for me, that would be fantastic. And then I will figure out a way to mute everyone as they come in. But I started this event during the pandemic just to get some positivity coming back into the world of travel when there was a lot of negative about the uncertainties around travel, if it was going to ever come back, if it was going to come back how it was before, especially if we have a travel related job, should we change jobs, all of that. And I felt like travel is something that we have all turned to for such really important reasons in our lives. And that when it did come back, because it was going to, it was just going to be a matter of time. And we were going to see and the value that travel had on us. So I started just within our travel coaches to be able to share their stories and what travel meant to them and how travel changed their own lives. And in the past 6 years, this has grown into our largest virtual event of the year, where we bring together women and speakers in tourism, hospitality, wellness, business, media, entrepreneurship, AI, sustainability, all these incredible topics that our speakers will be touching on today. So go ahead and continue to drop in the chat where you guys are tuning in from, and we are going to get started here. Again, if we could please hit the mute button for me, that would be fantastic. What to expect for today? We do have 13 speakers. So if you guys feel like you need to pop in and pop out at any point, you are more than welcome to, because we are going to be here for about 5 hours here, give or take. But we have some incredible giveaways from our wonderful sponsors. So we have about 5 different raffles, including free stays at hotels. So thanks to APLBC for that, and some other wonderful giveaways. We are also going to be, if you stick to the end, a nice little networking opportunity. Some of the biggest takeaways that we've had from this event is that people have met their next travel buddy, their new business collab, their new business partner, their next clients. So this is a great opportunity to connect with each other as well. So continue to drop in the chat your LinkedIn's, your social media handles, your email if you want, so that you guys can stay connected with each other. In the Travel Coach Network, we have over 770 travel coaches from more than 41 different countries, and our network expands beyond that. So we love to bring you guys together to connect with each other, because you guys are all such incredible human beings who can provide such value and connection to one another. So, all right, are we ready to get started? I see Rebecca here. We have Rebecca as our first speaker. So Rebecca is our first speaker. She is Rebecca Mathias. She is a travel industry specialist, an innovation strategist, and a marketing consultant. And today, Rebecca is going to be talking about strengthening your business through understanding trends, thinking holistically, and adding unique value. So, Rebecca, I am going to hand the stage on over to you to share what it is that you have for our speakers today.
Great, thank you, Sarah. I hope everyone can hear me. So I'm in London right now, but I'm from California originally, and it's actually we're like having a heat wave in London, so it's really hot here, and none of the houses have air conditioning, so I'm just dealing with that at the moment. But yeah, I will show you my presentation. I've actually done some slides. So Sahara, can you just nod your head if I can just share my screen? And I'll just ask to do that.
You should be able to, yeah. And side note, if you guys want to change the speaker view when there's a collection of us, you can go ahead and hit the square with the little tiny squares up in the top corner, so that whoever's speaking will pop up bigger on your screen if you didn't want to see everyone at once, okay?
Okay, Sahara, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Oh, fine. Okay, so thank you for inviting me to share. And yeah, so since my background is in business within the travel industry, and I actually used to run a travel business, I thought that what could be unique for anyone that's either running a business at the moment or thinking about starting a new business, just to talk about where we are in the marketplace at the moment, what trends are happening, where there's actually opportunities and where the market's growing. Because I think it's really important if you are running a business to understand where the market's growing, because then if you move into that or incorporate that in some way that fits your business, business can flow more easily, and then it's not as competitive. And so I'm going to talk through that, and I'm going to talk through some of the things I've learned running a business and doing marketing qualifications. And in the last 3 years, advising different businesses and studying really deeply the trends and the shifts happening in the marketplace. So yes, I just thought I would tell you a little bit of my story. Obviously, you hear that I'm American, I'm from California, but I'm living in London. And I actually, the reason that travel is so important to me is that it actually did change my life. So we talk a lot about transformative travel in the travel industry and how travel can change you. And that is what happened to me. So I first traveled to Europe when I was 16. And I just fell in love with Europe because I just loved the visible history and the architecture and being able to walk around the cities. And then just the changes that you could see from city to city, country to country. I just found it so fascinating. And I've always loved history. So that's something that I really loved. And then I came back to Europe and I studied in France for a year, and I met my husband who's Italian, and we ended up in London, and we've stayed here. And London's a very international city, so in some ways I feel like I'm always traveling being here because I'm somewhere that I'm not from, and I'm meeting people constantly from all over the world, and there's lots happening here. So I won't go through the rest of it, but if anyone wants this presentation afterwards, because there's a lot of information in it, let me know. I'll give my email and my LinkedIn in the chat after this, and you can let me know, and I'll send it to you if you want to look at it in more detail. So yes, I just thought I would identify a few of the trends that are shaping business. And the key thing is that these are not trends that are just fleeting trends. These are trends that are actually changing business itself, and they are representative of how we're changing as society, as people within society. So they're important trends. They will be things that are reflecting shifts over the next decade or next 20 years. So I think they're really important to understand, and to go a little bit more deeply if you can go into it. So the first one is, we've all heard that wellness is really important. And wellness is not just going to the spa. Wellness is basically focusing now on preventative healthcare, how you live your life, or how you can learn to have better habits, healthier habits. And a lot of people now, this is where travel comes in. Travel is a great way to change your habits, because travel makes us more open to change, and it's a break from our everyday lifestyle. And so that's where wellness can come in as really important in the travel industry. But all these trends are not just relevant for travel. They're relevant for any business, really, because even at any business doing anything, looking after your employees' wellness and your customers' wellness is becoming increasingly important. And so many things happening in the world are actually detrimental to our wellness and our well-being. And that is to some extent why has become a trend. And then number two is that spending has now moved towards us spending on experiences over things. And there's many reasons why that is. One of the reasons is that it's shown in research that experiences actually make us happier than acquiring things. And there's more behind that, but I'll just leave it at that for now. And then the luxury market obviously is growing, but luxury itself is evolving. So it's no longer just meaning opulence or status, but it's actually becoming very personalized. And that is shifting towards how we're spending our time, authenticity, and actually having a profound sense of well-being when we're spending on things that are quote unquote more luxurious. And then just a general thing is, I think this is connected to the fact that we're so digital nowadays and people are lonelier, is that there's a desire for connection and community. And that actually is reflective in how people are spending and what kind of businesses they want to spend money on. And then the other thing that I think is actually really important is that people are wanting to spend and buy from businesses and brands that actually align with their personal values, and align with what they feel personally about sustainability, ethics, and social responsibility. So that is something we're seeing businesses doing well when they're actually focused on purpose and meaning. So just to explain that a little bit, these trends have all been defined in different ways. So there's an experience economy, there's a transformation economy, a wellness economy, and a well-being economy. And well-being economy can be a bit more related to that last trend of purpose and meaning. And in travel, we're seeing a shift towards regenerative tourism, where it's important to give back to communities and thinking about how to regenerate the environment as well. So these are all actually intertwined. They're not separate economies, and depending on the definition, they actually overlap in lots of different areas. And I just wanted to talk shortly about the book, The Transformation Economy, by Joe Pine. If you're not aware of it, it's a really, really interesting book. And I think it goes much deeper into these topics and actually how you as a business can become a business that helps people towards achieving their aspirations. That is his definition of what transformation is. So I just want you to all think about your current business and your current career and look at these 4 different spheres and think about where you operate and if you operate in any of them. And those are health and well-being, purpose and meaning, wealth and prosperity, and wisdom and understanding. And think also about, could you incorporate another one of those spheres into your business? So I'll leave you with that. You can think a little bit about that. And then Joe Pine, he wrote a book called The Experience Economy back in 1999 with his co-author. And this was how he explains why we've moved to experience economy and are now moving to a transformation economy. And his reasoning for this is that it's higher value. These are higher value purchases, and that actually over time, things like goods or services become commoditized, meaning that people are only focused on price, not necessarily other elements. And it's very difficult to compete on price. You have to be a very large business to win out on price. So if you're a small business, you're more likely to succeed if you focus on differentiating and focusing on offering something that big businesses can't offer, which is often more unique experiences and actually, through coaching or through other kinds of guidance, helping people to achieve their aspirations, because often there's a human element required in that. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit about the customer life cycle, the customer journey and life cycle, because it's become extremely expensive to earn new customers and to start a business. So if you are running a business and you're finding it difficult, you can look at your whole life cycle. And just explain that quickly, that's awareness. So that's people becoming first aware of your business, and then consideration, thinking about buying from you, and then purchase, actually buying from you. And then retention means that they come back and they purchase from you again. So they've had a good experience and they purchase from you again. And then advocacy means that they tell other people about your business, and then you receive kind of free word of mouth marketing and people that come to you just naturally through that word of mouth. So yeah, once you've earned customers, it's really important to take them through that whole life cycle in order to get the value out of them, because just having one purchase is often not enough. You need to either get repeat business or word of mouth through that for your business to be financially sustainable. Then I was just going to talk about some tips to just think about your business, or if a business that you're thinking about starting, because these are all kind of trends that are happening in the marketplace. These are all representative of businesses that are doing well, especially smaller businesses, if you are a smaller business. And one is authenticity. So that means rather than being over polished, we're shifting towards people actually being drawn to people that are more authentic and honest and genuine and telling real stories. The two is storytelling, so that links to that. So telling personal stories and experiences to build relationships with people and trust, because in the end, people buy from people, and actually people are becoming a bit wary of big brands and marketing messaging because often they feel like they've been missold. Then the third is experience. So if you use experiences as a marketing tool, so if you're hosting a meetup or hosting some kind of unique experience to bring people into your world and get to know you, that's actually a great use of your time and money in marketing nowadays. You can do that digitally, or you can also do that in real life. And real life is more powerful because we want to buy from people we have a relationship with. Number 4 is collaboration. So that's actually working with other businesses. And this could be businesses that do similar things to you or complement you or completely different. But by working together, you're tapping into each other's networks, you're supporting each other, and you're actually maybe co-creating something new. And it's nice. It's a nice way of working, and it's a really great way in a marketing sense to kind of use each other to do your marketing and expand your businesses. Number 5 is community. So you can build your own community or a sense of community. So, getting all of your customers or potential customers together. So that taps into collaborating and experiences. And then you don't necessarily need to create your own, but you could tap into an existing one or think about communities that you're already part of and people that you already know. And then number 6 is scaffolding your offers. So if you actually offer something high value, where it's kind of a struggle to get new people to try what you're doing, what you can do is to create something affordable and repeatable, that is in a group setting, so that altogether that makes it more affordable, and then people can opt to buy something more valuable, to have one-on-one time with you, or to go on a retreat, or all different types of things. But you can ask questions after if you're more curious about that. And then the last thing I just wanted to highlight was to think about how you yourself are unique and how that actually can be a way to make yourself different from other businesses, to make yourself stand out. So, what are your own personal strengths? What are your own lived experiences that can help you understand and relate to people who will be your customers? And how is your unique story different than anyone else's? If you just think about all that together, that I think that you can apply that to make it a really unique and meaningful business. And if you already have a base business, you could actually make your business even more unique by actually incorporating those elements. And so I'm just going to leave you with 3 more questions to just think about. So where did these, to your own personal strengths, lived experiences, and unique story, match with where there's growth and unfulfilled need in the market? What can you offer where you will be the best choice because of your strengths and experience? And this is actually a really important one, because you can build a great business, but if you're appearing right alongside your competitors, people naturally will just compare price. So where can you appear and build relationships, either digitally or in real life, so that you're not easily comparable? Just to explain that, so let's say you're a hotel. Most of you probably are not a hotel, but I think it's a good example. If
Okay.
you're on Expedia.com or Booking.com, people are then comparing your prices with other people, and it's harder to actually stand out. So how can you then appear somewhere differently? So I'll just leave that with you. You can think about it, but feel free to ask any questions in the chat, and I'll try to answer them afterwards. So thanks for listening, and I'll pop my LinkedIn and my email in the chat, and you can connect with me if you'd like. And I will give the room back to Sahara.
Rebecca, thank you so much. Please do drop in the chat your contact information so that people can get in touch with you. Are you able to stop sharing your screen, Rebecca? You're on mute. There you go. All right, perfect. Before we get on to our next speaker, thanks for everyone who is joining us. I know there's a little tech issue for logging on, but welcome, welcome. Continue to drop in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. I do want to cover 2 things. First, I want to say thank you so much to our wonderful sponsors for this year's Women Thrive event. So we have Boutique Travel Advisors, Journey Woman, Women's Work, Imagine Experiences, APLBC, Travel Awakens, Pinerary, Gobi Sleeves, and Her House. You're going to be hearing from some of our sponsors today. and especially our next speaker as well. I did drop in the chat that if you guys are interested in becoming a certified travel coach or learn more about our travel coach certification program, we do have our current biggest deal of the year during our spring sale. So we do offer our program right now at a fraction of the price. Plus, we're waiving all of your annual fees if you get in during our spring sale. Plus, the next 10 people who do enroll will get our complimentary certified travel coach course designed specific for travel advisors for free as a bonus. So that's an additional 10 CCE hours through the ICF, International Coach Federation. So you can learn all of that information there in the link in the chat. If you have questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat about the program as well. Also, Rebecca brought up Joe Pine's The Transformation Economy book. We are raffling off a signed copy of that during this event today. Joe Pine is a friend and industry colleague, and he is so kind to provide a signed copy for a special attendee today. So stay tuned for that raffle. All right, let's keep on going here. Our next speaker is Iris Serbanescu. She is the founder and CEO of Women's Work. Today, Iris is going to be talking about why managing your energy is the key to success and how to do it. Iris, you can take the stage.
Thank you so much. Thrilled to be here. Hi, everybody. So I want you to take a moment to just reflect on how often you feel overwhelmed. How often do you feel like you're not really in control of your time? And your time is actually in control of you. There are so many demands placed on us as a woman, as a human, as an entrepreneur or an employee, a partner, a friend, a daughter, a parent. How often does it feel like there's just too much? My guess is pretty often. And you're not alone in that. The numbers back it up. A 2025 report from Women's Agenda found that 3 in 4 women say they've experienced burnout in the past 12 months. A recent McKinsey and Lean In study found that women in senior leadership are more burned out now than they were even at the height of the pandemic. The thing is, our brains haven't evolved quickly enough to keep up with the barrage of information and demands coming at us hard and fast all day long. It's called evolutionary mismatch theory. There's actually a term for it because we're processing more inputs in a single morning than our ancestors processed in a month. Notifications, news cycles, group chats, emails, the invisible to-do list running in the background of our brains, it never really stops. And when you layer that on top of the demands of modern life and the disproportionate burden on women doing unpaid household labor, caregiving, maintaining relationships, trying to stay healthy, dealing with perimenopause and hormonal changes, it all just becomes too much. We're stretched thin. We don't have the time or frankly, the energy to fully stop and ask ourselves how we could be doing this differently. So we just keep going. And many of us are in survival mode. So today I want to talk to you about how to get out of survival and make conscious decisions about how you're using your energy, because it is the most precious resource that we have. So my name's Iris Serbanescu. As Sahara said, I've spent 14 years in the travel industry, 4 of which have been in entrepreneurship. I worked in the corporate world for 10 years before starting my own business. And just 1 year into launching, I got COVID, which turned into long COVID. So suddenly things I'd taken completely for granted, like climbing a flight of stairs, getting through a full work day, holding a conversation without needing to lie down for hours afterwards, became impossible. I had to ration my energy in a way I've never had to before. A grocery run might mean the rest of the afternoon was gone. An hour-long Zoom meeting might mean not being able to make dinner for myself that evening. So going through this experience of long COVID, coupled with burnout after 10 years working for somebody else, and then a year of getting sucked into early entrepreneurship's hustle culture, taught me something that I don't think I could have learned any other way. Energy is the most precious resource we have. And most of us don't treat it that way until it's gone. You could have all the time in the world. You could have an open calendar, but not have the energy to get anything done. and I learned this hard truth firsthand. So, when we think about energy or talk about energy, we also need to talk about lack of energy and what that looks like. Burnout is actually what happens when we experience a sustained imbalance between the demands placed on us and the resources, including energy, available to cope with those demands. I don't want to throw around the term burnout willy-nilly. I'm not a burnout expert, but there are three dimensions to burnout, and that's energy depletion, mental distance from things you care about, and a sense that you're not as effective as you used to be. And my guess is some of us have gone through this or are going through this right now because it's kind of unavoidable in today's world, especially as a woman. But that all sounds a bit heavy. So I want to share the hopeful part tucked into the same research here. The World Health Organization also points out that positive emotions can act as a buffer against stress. So when you do things that genuinely bring you joy or a sense of ease, your body releases endorphins, which help regulate cortisol, the stress hormone, and over time that helps you build emotional resilience. So the real antidote is regenerative and replenishing experiences, deliberately putting more of what lights you up, soothes you, and makes you feel like yourself back into your days. Because I believe burnout is what happens not when you're doing too much, but when you're doing too little of what lights you up. So if burnout equals prolonged energy depletion and you are in control of replenishing your energy, then you can prevent burnout by thinking of your energy like a fire that you want to keep alive. That's it. It's an easy metaphor for us. So the things that bring you energy are like oxygen to the fire, and the things that drain your energy are smothering your fire. And these are different for everybody. A big dinner with friends is oxygen for one person and overwhelming for another. There's no universal answer here. Some of us are extroverts, some of us are introverts, some of us are just doing different things. You all have your own energy gains and drains. And what we want to do is balance the drains with the gains to keep burnout at bay and keep our fires alive. So you're probably wondering now, okay, this is great, but like I have no time to do this and I don't even know how to do this. But I was literally stopped in my tracks by long COVID and burnout. And slowly, by following this process that I created, I lifted myself out of it. So I want to share with you a 4-step process here that you can follow to keep your energy alive and keep doing what you love. And we're going to work through that together. So the first step is to acknowledge that you're feeling low on energy or have signs of prolonged stress, because awareness has to come before change. And be compassionate with yourself around the fact that you are not alone in this and this is not your fault. This is just the way the world has placed us in this bucket of constantly striving and constantly moving and doing things that are potentially beyond our capacity every single day. The second step is to track. So we're going to do this activity together now. We only have 12 minutes total, so you can get into more specifics and detail when you do it on your own and in your own time. But today we're going to start with noticing what drains and replenishes us in our lives, both personal and professional. So I want you to take out a piece of paper or just use your notes app on your screen and start with energy drains. What people, environments, or activities leave you depleted? What feels heavy or performative or emotionally expensive in your life? Where are you overgiving? And one really easy way is to just think, what creates tension in your body? Is it someone that you have to be around? Is it tasks that you hate doing? Just write down 3 things that drain your energy on a mental, physical, spiritual, emotional level. Whatever comes up for you here. Now, think about, and if you couldn't come up with 3 things in the 10 seconds that I allocated, that's okay. We have time and I'll be sharing this process with you. Identify now what energizes you, what makes you feel more like yourself, creates calm, joy, spaciousness, creativity, connection. Feel free to pop it in the chat too, so that we can all get inspired from each other's energy gains. Where do you feel most alive? It could be nature, movement, creative pursuits, meditation, things that fill your cup. Note 3 things there. And again, feel free to pop them in the chat. Now, step 3 is a bit of an interesting one. So identify now what drains are within your control. Go back to your drains list and look at the 3 things you noted. Are any of those within your control? Because there are some things that drain us that are not within our control, and that's totally okay. That is life. But if there are things that you can control on that list, just put a little star next to them. Now we're going to move on to the final step, which is to plan your time to balance out drains with gains. So basically, it's all about padding the stressful times or events in your life with energizing things. And this is something I do every single Sunday night. I pull out my calendar for the week and I take note of the things that I have on my to-do list and social calendar that might drain me. So you don't need to do this now. I'll be sharing this process for you to do on your own time. But look at your calendar for next week. Take note of what activities and environments might be draining. Note to yourself if you can reduce any of these. So delete, delegate, or defer any of the draining activities. And then scheduling in any energy buffers. So balancing out those stressful events by padding them with energizing experiences. So busy 3-day conference, you might want to add a day of nonverbal solo time afterwards and like put yourself in a sensory deprivation tank. I know that that's what I need after a conference. 5 hours of Zoom calls in one day. Take 3 minutes to close your eyes in between just to reset that the strain on your body. Draining family situation, make sure you've got some deep connections with safe people afterwards. A day of work that drains you could be adding in a morning of exercise that will give you energy and allow you to feel better throughout the day. So my invitation to you is to simply start paying attention to what lights you up and what you dread. Try to delete, delegate, or defer what you dread and invite in more of what you love. It's a simple process that you can repeat every week or every month when you're planning out your life. And remember that this is the process: acknowledge, track, identify, and plan. And you are in charge of managing your energy, just like you manage your calendar and your budget. As entrepreneurs, we know we also manage people potentially. So manage your energy just like any other resource in your life, because that might just be the thing that puts you back in the driver's seat of your joy. So I want to say thank you for attending this chat. It's a conversation I love to have, especially with entrepreneurs, but with anyone really, around managing your energy. If you want to stay in touch or learn more about any of our women's work programs, please use this QR code. It's going to ask you to provide some feedback on my talk first, and then it'll lead you to resources on burnout and links to sign up to women's work, including a special discount on our upcoming programs. So women's work actually exists because so many brilliant women in tourism are operating in survival mode, and we help founders and leaders build stronger, more profitable businesses and systems with positioning and support that protects their energy instead of draining it. We really do champion the business model that supports the life you want alongside the company you're growing and centers you as the founder instead of just growth at all costs. So thank you so much, everyone, for having me here, and for Sahara for putting this together. Really appreciate your time.
Iris, thank you so much. Go ahead and drop anything that you want in the chat. Iris, for everyone do know that you will be receiving a virtual swag bag and information and all these links. So every offer, every contact, everything that our speakers are talking about will be emailed out to you guys in the next day or so, along with the replay to today's event. So definitely be looking in your inbox for that. So if you want to learn more about all these offers and opportunities and women's work incredible cohorts, that will be in there as well. I did also drop in the chat, if you guys are going to be in the Toronto area or you are from Toronto, next month on June 18th, Iris and I and Carolyn from Journey Woman, we are holding a free gathering for anyone who wants to come and join us. So I dropped a link for that in the chat just to register to let us know, and we can send you more information on that. So that would be great. I did see that there's a lot of people from Toronto on today's event. Well, Iris, thank you again so much, and thanks for being a sponsor for today's event. All right, everyone. I also saw that we do have quite a few questions about the Travel Coach Certification Program and the Certified Travel Coach course for travel advisors. We are going to move on to our next speakers, but I will be sharing information about all of that around the 12:45 mark after our speaker Annette goes, okay? So if you want to hang around till then, I will be sharing more information and telling you the difference in them and what's included, especially about our spring sale, okay? All right, so we're going to move on to our next speaker today. We do have Dawn Pick Benson. Dawn has been one of our members of the Travel Coach Network, a certified travel coach for years. She's the founder and owner of Globe Story Travel. And today, Dawn will be talking about why you should travel alone, especially when life falls apart. So go ahead and drop in the chat if you guys have taken a solo trip on your own to help you through some turbulent times in your life. I know that was the catalyst to my 80 plus country journey over a decade. So Dawn, I did see you in there. You are okay. And Dawn, the stage is yours whenever you are ready.
All right, thank you so much, Sahara. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, does everyone see it?
Yeah.
All right, good. So it's perfectly appropriate for me to be talking about why you should travel alone when life falls apart. And I'm going to tell you a personal story that kind of leads into that. So several years back, I found myself waking up in the city of Paris. It's the city I dreamed about going to since I was 9 years old. I remember imagining myself like sitting at a cafe, reading a book, sipping espresso, even though at that time I had no idea what espresso was. I mean, I grew up in Indiana and we did not have espresso, but I was convinced I was going to have it. So on this day that I dreamed of to finally be in Paris, I woke up and I barely wanted to get out of bed. I felt completely alone. I felt unanchored. And just days before I'd left on this 3-month journey to Europe. So even though I was beginning this amazing journey, I had this terrifying question that kept lingering inside of me. And it was, what if my entire life no longer fits me? So I remember sitting at the cafe near the Eiffel Tower, just as I had imagined. And I was thinking about how I had built this life that I thought I wanted. I was married. I had this business that was going well. I had figured out how to make travel a part of my life, which I had always dreamed about doing. I had this flexibility. I mean, I was able to go 3 months overseas on this trip because I figured out how to work remotely. But somehow I also knew I was deeply unsettled and I felt so disconnected from myself. So that afternoon, I found myself wandering around and I was in the Montmartre area and I eventually ended up near the Sacre-Cœur and I just felt this pull to go inside of this cathedral. And so here I am inside this cathedral sitting alone on this wooden bench, I remember. And I just knew that, you know, I'm not, my sightseeing for the day is over and I am just searching. I was thinking about how I grew up believing that wisdom was always outside of me. I got it from authority, from religion, from experts, from signs, and I trusted almost everyone before I trusted myself. So here I am in Paris in this cathedral, and I'm basically begging for clarity. I'm like looking for a sign, an answer, anything. And I remember instead, there's this image that came to my mind, and I still laugh about it when I think about it, because it was this giant gumball machine that was hanging over everyone's head in the church. And what was interesting though is as soon as I saw this picture, I knew that it symbolized that I thought I could just put in a prayer and out would pop an answer. But as I sat there and looked at this gumball machine, I also heard this little still small voice inside that said, "You're always looking outside of yourself for answers." So here I am there. I just started slowly having tears run down my eyes. And I remember having my journal, and I still have this question written in my journal that said, what if the voice I'm looking for is actually inside of me? So this trip changed something for me. It started me realizing that I had outsourced my own knowing. So as this trip went on, I started to learn how to listen to myself. And I started to experience things that helped me see that travel isn't about escaping. It's not about finding easy answers or having an amazing venture or even a distraction. It is about connecting with and hearing myself. And for me, that was the first time I was actually doing it. This is what I believe is the magic of travel. So fast forward a few years, and now the work that I do and I teach and talk about as a travel coach. I've worked with so many women navigating divorce and grief and empty nesting, caregiver burnout, career endings, anything that has to do with reinvention. And what I've noticed is that when a woman's identity starts collapsing, movement helps her reassemble it. Movement is the medicine. Something inside of her wants to move. Something inside often says go to us because we know that staying feels impossible, that stagnation is not okay anymore. So that's why, and I'm sure a lot of you are on board with this, and probably all of us, solo travel isn't an escape. It's actually all about self-discovery. So research shows that when our lives start changing drastically, we often need distance from our normal environment to reevaluate who we are. So travel does exactly that for us, right? It interrupts patterns and roles and expectations. And suddenly no one's calling you a mom or a boss or a caregiver or a wife. You get to meet yourself differently. So what I want to talk about are 3 clear shifts, because the question really is, what actually changes when we travel, especially when you're in the middle of a life transition? So the first thing is self-trust returns, right? So when you go out on a solo trip, you're learning to order dinner alone. If you miss a train, you got to figure it out. If your Google Maps doesn't work, you got to figure that out too. You're walking through the city by yourself, deciding what to do next, because now you're by yourself. You get to decide what you want to do. These tiny wins, called micro adaptations, they start building trust in yourself again and in your judgment. Your nervous system starts to recalibrate. Your brain starts learning to stop treating uncertainty as danger. A great example of that is one of my very first travel coaching clients is Robin. She was in my Brave Journey program. And in that process, we talked about what she could imagine as her most extraordinary trip. And what she talked about was this vision of peace and inspiration. So she ended up, we ended up discussing it. She ended up in southern France, and she had to do just this. She had just gotten divorced from 40 years of marriage. And she knew that she had this inkling that travel might bring her some healing that might help her trust herself again. So as she went on on this trip in France, she's learning to do those things I just talked about, like ordering dinner alone, doing things on her own, wandering the streets, choosing what she wants to do today. Does she want to go on a tour? And when she came back, I remember her saying, Dawn, I went to France for 3 weeks. I can do anything. This is what self-trust is and how it gets developed. The second thing is solitude reveals your true self. When no one's around to remind you who you've been, you finally get curious about who you are. So you have space and time to meet yourself without a witness. So you're no longer those names of wife and boss and caregiver. You're just you, and you are meeting yourself without labels. You get to learn your own real desires. This is actually a picture of Molly, who I work with. And she went on one of my retreats and was in my Brave Journey program. And this was the process of her own travel, learning how. I remember her going out one day, climbing up this huge hill to a castle and basically spending a day like a date with herself, learning about who she was, because she has a super important job, a lot of people relying on her. So her learning about who am I when I get away from all of that. And the third thing is we create new narratives for ourselves, right? Physical displacement kind of shifts our mental patterns and our internal narratives. So your brain is forced out of autopilot when your context keeps changing. It can't rely on the old scripts. And a great example of that I saw was a woman who went on my very first retreat in Montenegro. And when she arrived, I remember her, it was pretty obvious that she had a narrative in her mind that she was not super capable and probably not very smart, that she had people around her telling her she didn't have any common sense. But what was really beautiful as the week went on is that the women around her heard these stories and heard her talking, and also realized her talking about her business, how brilliant she was. And so what I teach in my work is women reflecting the beauty and the bravery in one another. And that's what they started to do for her, to reflect that to her. And then she started to change that narrative as she spent time on her own and spent time in this new place. She started to be able to change the narrative that maybe she really is capable and smart and not what people had told her before. So I really believe that basically when your life falls apart, you sometimes feel the pressure to rebuild immediately. But in my experience, I think instead you need to slow down and be intentional, to give yourself space. That's really the heart and behind the work that I do. And I think a lot of us are travel coaches. Some of us are looking for travel coaches. I think it's really important to create an intentional space and a process that's designed not to push women toward reinvention, but to create a space for it so you can do it slowly, intentionally, honestly. It's a container that allows for growth and reimagining. And I've noticed in my own work through life transitions with women that they often need 5 things. I use an acronym called BRAVE, and it has to do with befriending yourself, getting to know yourself, what you need on your trip, what do you want and need. And then the second is releasing old stories, because a lot of times these old stories are what keep us from traveling in the first place. They keep us stuck. But once we release those old stories, then we can go into the A for awakening possibility. We can see what's possible. We can create an amazing journey for ourselves. A V is validating our fears. Just normalizing those fears, because as soon as you start imagining possibilities, you get scared. You can easily get talked out of going on a trip. Oh, I'm afraid maybe I shouldn't go. And E is enlisting your people. That's the important thing about even on solo trips. What I've experienced and what I've seen and with clients and friends who do solo travel, it's so important to have people around you who know why you're traveling, who are encouraging you to continue to keep growing, to keep becoming more of who you are. I think it's so, so, so important. So what I want to leave you with is that sometimes the bravest step is leaving long enough to remember who you are. I used to think that travel would help me find answers somewhere out there. But what I discovered, especially in Paris, is that the answers weren't waiting for me in another country, but they were waiting inside of me. I just needed enough distance from my old life to finally hear them. And that's why I believe women should travel alone, especially when life falls apart, not to become someone new, but to return to ourselves. And I know that Sahara mentioned having a swag bag. And just so you all know to look for this, I'm offering a Brave departure guide, a free guide for everyone. And this is not a guide on how to plan a trip. It is more about how to discern whether travel is calling you during this season of change. I'm offering, it has reflection prompts and stuff like that. And also, in addition to that, there's a QR code on here you can go ahead and get, and it will tell you more about my offers. But I am offering once a year. I offer $500 off my next retreat. I'm going to Kosovo, which is going to be the most amazing retreat probably I've ever done, because I actually live in Kosovo. So I know I have lots of contacts. Everyone's going to get a really great behind the scenes experience of a place that is I call it slightly off the beaten path. Most people have not been there. So check that out. I have a lot of women who ask, can I do a retreat and Brave Journey, both? And so what I decided to offer just for this group is that if you sign up for the retreat, you can get half off Brave Journey. You can learn more about those programs with the QR code. And also I know Sahara is going to be sending something out. So just go ahead and look for that. And thank you so much for the time. I hope this was helpful, and I can't wait to hear the rest of the speakers.
Thank you, Dawn, so much. Dawn, obviously, I follow you on Facebook and Instagram, and all your pictures of Kosovo that I could always see are just stunning. I feel like I can imagine how incredible that retreat is. All right, we're going to go on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Michaela Brunson. She's a private luxury advisor and founder of Miraz. She is going to be talking about the luxury shift and why identity is no longer optional. Michaela, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. The luxury travel industry is evolving, and the only way forward is inward. For decades, the industry operated on aspiration, logos, lobbies, status, a life designed to be seen. The industry sold a gap, the distance between who you are and who you want to become. And women bought into that gap. For seasons, this worked. She chased after the credentials, after the brands, after the mark that said, I've earned this, I've deserved this, I'm enough. But something is shifting, and it isn't subtle. The woman I designed travel for, the builders, the founders, the woman carrying visions larger than themselves, she's no longer seduced by the symbols. She's been there, done that. She has the business, she has the family, she has the success. She no longer wants to arrive and be applauded for all of her external accomplishments. She wants to arrive and be truly seen for who she is, worthy as she is, regardless of everything that she's achieved. So the question has changed. It's no longer what can I show the world, but how deeply can I feel held by it? The woman I designed travel for, I've realized that luxury isn't about what you can access. Luxury is what confirms who you are. True luxury, it's not about being deserving of an experience. It's whether if the experience is deserving of you, of your presence, your time, your energy. And that shift from deserving to delivery, from striving to receiving, that's the shift that we're living in right now. So I'd like to tell you about one of my clients. Her name is Cynthia. She's a beautiful woman, both inside and out. She runs and operates a multi-seven-figure business. She hosts a top 1.5% podcast on Apple. She has a family. She's a mother of two. She built her business the day after she got fired, and she never looked back. But she came to me one day, and she shared with me what I hear a lot from ambitious women, that the prior year, she went on an anniversary trip with her husband. They did all of the things. It was beautiful, and it was exhausting because she was the one holding it all. She was the one doing all the planning, all of the research, managing all of the details. She was the one still in charge, even on vacation. And this is the hidden cost of a certain kind of success. You become so good at carrying things that you carry them everywhere, even into moments that are meant to restore you. So I didn't ask Cynthia where she wanted to go during our consult. I asked her on a deeper level to share with me memories where she remembers being so present, experiences that stuck with her, where she felt so seen and so held. She shared with me dancing in the rain with her husband. It was spontaneous, unplanned, cinematic. About a time where their car broke down, they had no cell service, and they accidentally came across the most beautiful sunset. And right nearby, there was a boutique hotel. They were the only guests there, and they felt like royalty. About a castle in Scotland where she wore a ball gown. She felt like a queen, fully seen, fully held. Now, these weren't just memories. These were the unseen posture, the frequency that Cynthia has become to embody. This told me everything that I needed to know about the posture she carried, the posture that led to all of her success. So we designed 10 days in Croatia. And I want to tell you about a particular moment because I believe that this will tell you everything that you need to know about what identity first design truly looks like. They were in Hvar. It was an island off the Dalmatian coast that smells like lavender and ancient stone. I had arranged a private winery tour with a family that has owned the land for centuries. Now, this wasn't a ticketed experience. It wasn't something you can Google. It was an invitation because I knew Cynthia wouldn't be a tourist there. She was a woman who needed to belong inside of the places she visited. They sat with the family. They dined. They were told history of the land. They touched the soil. And in her own words, Cynthia shared with me, we felt like part of the family, not like guests, not like clients, like we truly belonged there. And here's what I want you all to understand. She didn't receive this moment because of what she paid. She received it because of who she chose to be during the journey. Cynthia was already a woman who embodied pure curiosity, sacred presence, a willingness to receive the culture and not consume it. Cynthia and her husband, the winery owner and his family, they were a mirror. They reflected back within each other the unseen posture that they held. Their frequencies matched. And so, luxury is an embodied frequency. It is something that you choose has nothing to do with your bank balance and everything to do with your internal design. And when you operate from that frequency, when the experiences are built from your own identity and not what's trending on Instagram, the experiences don't just feel elevated, they feel precise. It feels like stepping into a room designed just for you, not because of what you paid, but because of its alignment. So what does this mean for you? All of you beautiful women here designing, building, selling in this space. It means that the question your client is asking has changed. She's no longer asking, what can you offer me? She's asking on a deeper layer, does this confirm who I am? I want to ask you all something as a reflection. Are you asking yourself the same thing in your own lives, in your own business? Because you cannot design from a frequency that you haven't embodied. You cannot offer someone peace if you haven't chosen it for yourself first. So here's the invitation. Go first. Embody it. Build from your own embodied identity. And then, only then, will you be able to do the exact same thing for her. Know your capacity. What season are you in? Before you touch a single business document, ask yourself what you're carrying right now. Not just logistically, but deeply. What are you shedding? What are you stepping into? Some seasons you can hold a lot. Others you have to design from a more leaner, truer, quieter space. Either or is honoring the work. Set your intention before execution. Before you build anything, ask yourself, who am I in this work right now? Design from that answer. The clarity will flow into everything that you do for her. And when you lead from this posture, when what you build is sourced from your own embodied identity, the experiences won't just feel luxurious. They'll feel inevitable. Like she was always meant to be in that room. Like she was always meant to touch that soil. Always meant to feel that held because she was. Now I'd like to close with a personal story. A few years ago, I left everything that I knew. I did something terrifying. I left my home, I left my family, my friends, my community, my career, everything that felt safe to me. And I moved 1,246 miles away. I didn't have a job secured. I had no apartment confirmed. I had no plan. I'd received the opportunity on a Friday, and by the time I walked through my door from work, the decision had already been made, not in my mind, but in my spirit. I said yes before I knew the how, and in 3 weeks I did it. What I know now that I didn't have the language for then, that I wasn't just stepping into a new state. I was stepping into a new frequency, stepping out of an identity that no longer served me and into the one that I was meant to carry forward into the next season. And the fruit from that one, yes, my childhood dream. I live in the Sunshine State, a luxury travel brand that has served over 44 people, an editorial that reaches over 1,200, all that from one yes. And what I hope to give to every client with every experience that I design is to give women what I found on the other side of that leap. Not just a beautiful itinerary, but a mirror, an environment that says you belong here. You are everything that you thought you were, and that you lack nothing. My client, Cynthia, sat on the balcony in Havar, looking over the Adriatic. She turns to her husband and goes, "We used to have $200 to our name and so much potential. Today, we live our God-given purpose." Now, that trip didn't give her that realization. It revealed it. And that is the only work that I am interested in doing. Not just creating beautiful itineraries, not just booking beautiful experiences for beautiful people, but creating the conditions where a woman encounters herself fully, freely, exactly as she is. That is a luxury shift. The only way forward is inward. And once a woman encounters that frequency, she never returns to the noise. Thank you all.
Michaela, I didn't want you to stop, but you literally gave me chills the whole time you're talking. You are incredible. I love the work that you're doing, and I'm so grateful to have you here to share your story, your message, and your energy with our audience today. You can go ahead and stop sharing your screen when you have a moment. And we're going to go on into our next speaker here. Our next speaker is Anna Karina Arak. She's the founder and CEO at Imagine Experiences. And today, Anna will be talking about why the experiences we choose shape the people that we become. Anna, you can take the stage whenever you have a moment.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
So I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Uh, okay. Give me a minute. I'm trying to get the screen right.
We can see your slides.
You can see the slides, yeah?
Yeah, we can see it if you just want to make them larger.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, that's it. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone. I totally understand Rebecca when she was talking early. By the way, thank you very much. I was absolutely enjoying very much every single of the presentations so far and engaging. I found myself so into all those stories. The first one was Rebecca. We are in London. Hello from London. It's extremely hot over here. So if you see me going around, it's like, trying to get, I don't know if I'm trying to get the energy and the experience on to get me carry on before I sleep on the heat. So I'm here to talk about why the experiences we choose shape the people we become. And yes, we talk about traveling, but we need a spice. We need to how we get there. And if I look at who I am today, I am not the result of my job titles. I'm not the result of a position or a business card. I've worked in travel all my life. I don't know anything else. I think I am the result of the experiences I lived across countries, cultures, conversations, those moments that changed me in a way I didn't even understand at the time. It was happening. If I'm honest, this journey started long time ago. So I want to take you back to a very specific image. So I grew up in France, and I had parents that were, very ahead of their times. And all I remember, my mother being a hero, trying, stuck in the car with food and clothes and trying to get in the camper van all over Europe. And then it was even for us, it was like a teacher, right? The idea is that we were capable to learn much more being around, traveling across Europe in a car with a map, a budget that, believe me, required creativity, and a sense of adventures that my parents refused to apologize for. It was nothing. By the time we got to Austria, we have to carry on to Amsterdam. It was always, we didn't travel in luxury. We traveled with determination. And at the time, it was just a habit. It was so inserted in us that that's what we wanted to do. Roadside picnics, campsite, new languages, new food, unfamiliar supermarkets, brands, languages. But at the time, we thought they were simply holidays. But looking back now, I realized that something much more was happening. It was shaping myself into trying to become the person I wanted to be. And I surely, I have to say that was a great influencer on me working in travel. The more I see, the more I wanted to taste, to see. And I'm going to talk to you later about what I call my suitcase checklist. So let me just go back. The realization. People can be incredible different cultures, different traditions, different way of living. Underneath all of it, we have the same desire to connect, to belong, to love, to be understood. There is a version of me that existed before those journeys. But I can tell you something, the woman that I am now have nothing to do with the person I was before. And I'm talking about childhood. I'm talking about 20 years traveling. I work in travel. I traveled for 20 years. I started to travel as a business and I thought, oh gosh, again, out. And then I realized that because travel is more than movement. It was transformation. Over the 30 years, I've been fortunate enough, like I told you, to be able to visit the most incredible places. And not only that, I think this career give you privilege and experiences that you could never remember. I remember hanging around a fishing village in China, and at the same time, just an evening at the Royal Britannia, and those pipers coming, and that just got tears to my eyes. I guess because every tourist board and a great deal of museums and venues, and people try to showcase the products. In our industry, we find ourselves absolutely spoiled for the most beautiful moments that start shaping us. I had to work across cultures, build relationships in different countries, travel from one country to another, understand that it wasn't the same negotiated with a Russian that negotiated with a Brazilian. I had to dance here and try caipirinhas, and here try to drink some vodka. But at the end of the story, it was all people trying to connect. Something else was happening. It was like it wasn't a journey purely geographical. I feel my mind was expanding, emotions awaking, perspective of how I see life. Every time I come back, I see an issue or a problem in a different way. And when I particularly return, I felt that I wasn't at all the person that left. At this point, I start noticing the shift. And part of me start realizing, wow, look at the big privilege that I've got. I stopped collecting destinations and I started seeking experiences that would change me. I had almost tried a range of those, and I started to realize what good look like. Because not all experiences are equal. And I spent a long time, Sahara knows that, in LinkedIn, and I'm a big fan of innovation, and I'm a big fan that 20 years ago we would have walked into a venue and asked if it was Wi-Fi. Those days we don't, we assume it's like air is there. The big conversation, AI, everybody talked about it. I just believe that it's the most incredible tools that we've been provided to enhance those emotions. But back to what I was saying before, there are experiences that you go, you see, you leave. They're passive. You listen to some people. Sometimes you get to do something, but is it really what you wanted? I'm a big fan of history, by the way. That's one of the things that I loved, and that's why I am doing what I'm doing. For me, history is very old gossip, and I love gossip, and my customers love it. And it's a way to digest and to entertain ourselves and to educate ourselves. So, but there are experiences that you see, you take a point, but they don't live with you. They're not the ones that challenge you, that inspire you, that change the way you see yourself or the way you see the world around you. And at this point, I realized something deeper, clear to me. The experiences we choose and the experiences that choose us, because trust me, I didn't want to run in front of the crowd in Hong Kong trying to break the windows of my taxi, shape who we become. As I said before, the person that leaves is never the person we come back. Because not every defining experience is planned. Some moments find us unexpected, uncomfortable, sometimes inconvenient. I remember, I think Don was saying that, you need a map, you need to get lost, you need to find your way. And often those are the moments that transform you. In that particular moment, you grow. She talked, something that stayed with me, or what she said, is that you learn to trust yourself. And when you've done that, you've grown. You're never going to be the same person again. I have to say, most of the defining moments of my life were not planned. They were the ones that found me and asked me to grow. Those ones that we were talking about, how you manage your energy. And it was about not just manage your energy, but understood that the magic wasn't to travel or go away because it was something wrong or not right where I was, but I wanted to use those experiences as a medicine, the one that you prevent, like vitamins. You take them before you are ill. You take them to avoid the actual issue, the actual moment. Of course, travel is going to be always available, but for me, experiences become the catalyst that make me feel better, that prevent me from running into that line that goes down and then I have to do it because it's a necessity. From travel to reinvention. For me, travel is well-being. Travel and traveling with experiences, meaningful ones, is what keep me with energy. It's an injection. I was writing my 3 things that give me energy, and it's wake up in another weather, it's eating another food and listen to another conversation. Not as escape, but as a remedy to avoid the need to escape. And in some way, I realized, as I said before, there are experiences that I call them passive. And I wanted to do something different. I wanted to become the character of my own story. That's why I launched my company during COVID. COVID gave me something I never had before, time to stand down and think. And then the idea was, what do I have to compromise? What it has to be just the cooking lesson or the walking tour following somebody that speaks. And I even had one opportunity, one guy turned around and said, shh, I'm talking. I don't want to be passive. I want to be part. I want to be the main character on my own story. I want to eat the food, make the food. I want to taste the drink. I want to engage. I want to talk to the maker of the grape. I don't want to walk to a winery with somebody that learned that tour. I want to talk to the person that makes the wine and then cook the food and spend some time there and ask him, how's the business going? And that's what I was saying about my checklist. I always bring a new recipe, something that will come back and make at home, a bottle of something that will come with me in my suitcase, a song. I love that. Every country you land, you listen to a song in the cafeteria, you listen to a song. And when you take music, because the truth is, and you all agree with me, music takes us to places and bring us back stories. I bring a song, I will always remember that experience. And that's exactly what I set up to do. And at some point, I realized something. I didn't want to compromise any of those pieces. Like a Lego, I wanted everything. And I thought, how do I create days that are incredibly different? Let's mix this together, like street food. You got tons of chicken and cheese, and it's all in there. And the flavor at the end is one flavor, but it's amazing, rather than just cheese or just meat. And that's what we do in Imagine Experiences. I put together, we try to use technology to start the relationship, the emotional relationship. It's between great storytelling, great food, learning something, feeling something, and have it all, usually in the day. And their journey usually starts with clients' experience. It's not the same to visit Paris and hear from Coco Chanel that visit Paris with Coco Chanel. You're always going to have a AI companion, but you're going to actually meet Coco. She's going to spend some time with you. And we have a ton of those, all very historical, very engaging. You're going to cook, you're going to eat. And one of the things was that make me to create the company was travel back to my own memories. So a lot of those moments, those dates that I thought they could have been different, and I'm probably never going to come back to those places. I tried to take that experience and create it and put it into the making, into the product creation and design, making sure that nothing was missing. Recreating the sense of curiosity and discovering that my parents were right all those years ago. The thrill, the discovery, the laughter, the conversation, the unexpected connection, the person that you didn't know you're going to meet, the meal that you still remember years later, because those experiences are rarely one-dimensional. They are emotional, layered, they're shared. We set out to create experiences that feel whole, experiences where storytelling, discovery, human connection, and technology could work together, rather than compete for attention. Experiences brought to life by passionate hosts. We work with museums, memorable characters online or in person, actors. Experiences where technology could show us a different way of immersion. I know the word immersive was very widely used, especially after COVID, after everybody come out of their home, about how just after having a great amount of time to think about all the things they have missed or they wanted to do, the bucket list, the ones that didn't do. But one thing was very important. First, I'm a great believer technology will never replace a human connection. The human connection is at the heart of the experience, but we do need technology to make those moments easier, smoother, and in our cases, much more entertaining. The truth is only people can make an experience meaningful. In our case, the journey of our customers starts 2 or 3 months because that's usually they book in advance, and they download the QR code, and that QR code is a character that identifies the experience. It could be Miss Moneypenny, the famous assistant of James Bond, or could be Mr. Banks, the boss of Mary Poppins. The idea is if you have chosen that particular subject, if you're there, you'll be able to spend an incredible day. Either on your own, we do a great deal of solo experiences, or either we realize that people wanted to share them with those that they love. Most of the time, and mainly women, we usually said, we had that thing that said, book an experience for somebody that you love, or come with somebody that you love to an experience. And for us, in that case, mostly women are our customers and our fans. They not only they book for the ones they love, they lead. They don't simply go through those experiences, they absorb them. They make those decisions for their families. But at the same time, they are the ones building those relationships, not with their families and those venues or hosts or characters, but as well among themselves. Because how we show up for ourselves, I believe, as women, and we show up for we love, is really who we are. So the question is, if I'm who I am today, is because the experiences I choose and the ones that choose me. So the question for you maybe is now, where would you travel next? Not really. The most important question is who you want to become. But most important is which experiences will take you there. Think about that. Every time I think about what's my next destination, I just think, what experiences takes me there? It's going to be music, it's going to be work, it's going to be me. And hopefully, whatever the decision takes you, you're going to grow a little bit more as a person, and you're going to prevent, and you're going to feel better. So listen, thank you so very much for listening. If anybody has any questions, I will then send some information to Sahara to send it to you. If you happen to find yourselves in France or in Scotland or in England and you wanna contact me, I'll send my details. Please do so. We have really incredible, what we're doing is very, very different, but it comes from from love and from experience and from absolutely wanting to share all that with a lot of people. So thank you so much, Sahara, and thank you everyone for your time and your patience.
Wonderful, Anna. Thank you so very much for all your wonderful stories and your expertise here, and for also being a sponsor for today's event. Next up, we do have one of our partners and sponsors for the event as well, and representing them is Julie Rose. She is a travel entrepreneur. So, Julie, what do you have to share with us today?
Thank you. So excited to be here, and thank you for having me. I'm Julie Rose of the nomadic lifestyle blog juliedevivre.com, and I'm also affiliated with Boutique Travel Advisors. We're a travel agency that supports a range of business models from travel coaches to envoys to full-time travel advisors. But my career in travel didn't start with BTA. I actually started as a full-time nomad, blogging about my lifestyle on the internet. I think some of you maybe started that way too. I spent years traveling the world, telling stories along the way, and eventually built a platform and a small but engaged audience of people who didn't want surface level travel. They wanted something more meaningful. And pretty quickly, I realized there was an opportunity, not just in creating travel content, but in creating experiences for the people who were already connected to me and my writing. So in 2023, I tested this idea. I launched my first group trip, not with a massive following or thousands of email subscribers, but with a smaller and deeply connected community that trusted me. And I think that's important because one of the biggest misconceptions about hosted travel is that you need internet fame to succeed. And you don't. You just need trust. Well, it worked. Since then, I've hosted more than 100 travelers. I've built a business where about half my revenue comes from group travel, and I'm on track to sell individually around $500,000 in travel this year. And I think here's the part most people are interested in. When you fill your group, your trip is covered and you can earn on top of that. So this isn't just about travel. It is one of the most effective ways I've found to monetize an audience, build community, and create something that people want to be a part of that they remember. And I think this next part is where many of you who are interested in doing something like this might get stuck. You think, I'd love to host a retreat or a group trip, but I just don't know where to start. What if no one books with me? What if my following's not big enough? And how do I manage the logistics of this? And because you don't have those answers, you might never start. The hesitation usually isn't the idea itself, it's not knowing how to make it successful and how to make sure nothing behind the scenes goes wrong. Operations, suppliers, liability, insurance, managing bookings, payments, there's a lot of moving pieces, and most coaches aren't set up to handle that. So, this is where my affiliation with Boutique Travel Advisors becomes important. Through BTA and our partnerships, I already have vetted operators, supplier relationships, the infrastructure to manage bookings and payments, and the insurance and liability coverage required to run these trips properly. So you don't have to figure any of that out or take on that risk yourself. You focus on your audience, your message, and your role as the host. And my team and I support the infrastructure behind the scenes. After doing this successfully the past few years, I realized something else. A lot of people have the audience, the niche, and the community for this, but they just don't have the framework. And so, this is what I've been talking about. I have decided to build one with BTA. It's called the Travel Host Apprenticeship Accelerator Program. This is a 6-week curriculum designed for travel coaches, community leaders who want to turn their audience into a hosted group travel experience. The goal is very practical. By the end of the program, participants will have a fully designed group trip, a date on the calendar, and a clear plan to market and fill the trip. This apprenticeship isn't for everyone. We are looking for people who already have some kind of audience or community of invested people. They have a niche or an angle and are serious about turning this into something real. So the goal of this apprenticeship isn't just to learn about group travel. It's to launch at least one trip and monetize it. So if any of you have been sitting on the idea of, I'd love to bring people together for something like this might be your time to do it. We will be opening applications soon for a small cohort launching this summer. If you are interested, my inbox is open. You can just send me an email at julie@travelbta.com. We can start the conversation. Because the opportunity here is simple. You already have an audience. You just haven't turned it into a successful shared travel experience yet. And whether you're maybe also exploring affiliation with BTA as a travel coach, considering the travel advisor path, or just interested in hosted group travel and retreats as a revenue stream, I'd love to connect. And you can also find me on Instagram at Julie B. Rose and see kind of how some of these adventures have gone and are going. Thank you for having me.
Julie, thank you so much. And it's also been great to have Julie as a part of the Travel Coach Network for quite some time now as well. So it's so great to have you join us today on behalf of BTI. So yes, please do drop that information in the chat. That will also be included in our post-event email as well. So thank you so much, Julie. All right, so we are going to go on to our next speaker here. So we have Sylvia Pineda. Sylvia is one of our certified travel coaches and the founder of The Reflective Way. And today, Sylvia is going to be talking about Beyond Escape, using travel to regulate, not run. Sylvia, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Sahara. I am really happy to be here today with all of you. It has been very inspiring so far. And I want to start with something that might sound a little controversial. I don't think most women travel because they love travel. I think many women travel because it's the only place where they finally feel like themselves. And let me ask you something. Have you ever come back from a trip feeling lighter, calmer, more like yourself, only to lose that version of you a few days later? You come home, the emails are waiting, the responsibilities, the to-do list, and suddenly that version of you that felt free, grounded, alive starts disappearing. For years, I thought the answer was simple. I just needed another trip. You know, a new country, a new beginning, a little more freedom. Because travel had always been my reset button. And whenever I felt overwhelmed, stuck, or unsure about my life, travel gave me clarity. But something strange kept happening. Even before landing, sitting on the plane home, I could already feel that version of me disappearing. And maybe you know exactly what I mean. For a long time, I thought I was obsessed with travel. And maybe, yes, maybe I was. But eventually, I realized something deeper was happening. The way you travel is often the way you live. Just think about it. If you overpack your itinerary, there is a good chance you are overpacking your life too. Trying to fit everything in, trying to optimize every moment, always moving to the next thing. And if you struggle to rest while traveling, or if relaxing somehow feels stressful, like you need a vacation from your vacation, then you might not have a travel problem. You might have a nervous system that forgot how to slow down. And if travel is the only place where you feel free, confident, creative, more like yourself, then maybe the real question isn't, why do I love traveling so much? Maybe the question is, why does this version of me only seem to exist when I am away from home? Because what if you are not actually craving travel? What if you are craving the version of you you only know how to access while traveling. And this is the part that changed everything for me. Because I stopped asking myself, okay, why do I always want to travel? And I started asking, why do I feel more like myself when I am away? Because I realized something important. Travel was never solving the problem. Travel was revealing it. Because, when we travel, something shifts. We walk slower, we notice more, we breathe deeper. We allow ourselves to rest. And sometimes, for the first time in months, we become more present, more curious, more connected to ourselves. And we think, wow, this is who I really am. But what if that version of you isn't appearing because of the destination? What if she appears because for the first time, your body feels safe enough to slow down? Sometimes what we call wanderlust is actually exhaustion. Sometimes what we call needing a vacation is actually needing relief. And sometimes the reason we keep wanting to leave is because we haven't learned how to feel at home inside ourselves. And this made me realize something else. Maybe the goal isn't to stop traveling. I definitely don't want to stop traveling. The goal is to stop using travel only as an escape. Because there is a difference between escape mode travel and regulation mode travel. Escape mode travel sounds like this. I just need to get out of here, or I need a break from my life, or I just need to disappear for a while. And maybe you have felt that before. I definitely have. But regulation mode travel feels different. It asks, okay, how can this trip help me reconnect with myself? Or what pace actually feels good to my body? Or how do I want to feel while I am here? It's less about consuming experiences and more about actually experiencing them. Less rushing, less proving, less checking boxes, and fewer vacations where you somehow come back needing another vacation. Because the truth is, the most meaningful thing travel can give you is not escape, it's awareness. And this changes the question completely. Because maybe the goal was never to become someone new when you travel. Maybe the goal is to stop abandoning the version of yourself you meet there. The calmer version, the more present version, the version of you who laughs more, rests more, feels more alive, more honest, more herself. Because that woman, she isn't fake, she isn't temporary, and she doesn't belong to the destination. She's still you. And the real work is learning how to bring her home with you. Because when travel becomes a mirror, you stop asking, okay, where should I go next? And you start asking, who am I when I finally feel like myself? And honestly, I think that's a conversation worth continuing. So if something in this resonated with you, I would genuinely love to hear from you. You can find me on LinkedIn. I would love to connect with all of you, or on Instagram at The Reflective Way. And you can tell me this. what version of you only shows up when you travel? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, Sahara. It was truly a pleasure to share this with all of you. And I hope the rest of today leaves you feeling inspired, curious, and a little more connected to yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. I always love hearing you speak. Wonderful. We are going to move on to our next speaker. We're going to shift it up a little bit here and talk about some systems and flow. And I'm bringing in Annette Oran. She is a business mentor and the co-founder and VP of coaching partnerships at Cohere.live. Many of our travel coaches use Cohere's platform to help launch and grow their travel coaching business. So today, Annette is going to be talking about the Freedom Funnel, launch and grow your travel business with systems that scale. Annette, thank you so much for being here today.
Hello, Sahara, and hello, everybody. I'm really excited to be here today. And it was such an honor being here to also hear Sylvia and Anna. So thank you so much for your share, ladies. And I'm really excited because these next 12 minutes, they're going to be very tactical and very specific to those of you who either have an existing business, type a yes if that's you, or you're an aspiring business owner. Maybe you're an aspiring travel coach inside of TCN who really wants to build a thriving coaching business online that not just makes a huge impact, but also that makes a really big income. So I love hearing these yeses. We're going to do a little screen share here, and I'm going to be taking you through the Freedom Funnel. So the Freedom Funnel is really a system that we've developed inside of Cohere that teaches you how to launch and grow your travel coaching business with systems that really allow you to scale. And this is not just for existing coaches. This is for anyone who is an aspiring coach or service provider and who really wants to build a freedom-based business online. So in one word, I just want you to think about, what is your why? Why did you start your coaching business, or why are you looking to start a business online? Many people, whenever I ask them this question, they really tell me they love helping people, they want to create an impact, and they want to build more freedom. So typically those words that I hear are either impact, freedom, or family. Those are the top three things that I hear when coaches tell me why they want to start their business. And what happens is we go into business because we genuinely love the work that we're doing and we want to build a really big business online. However, we don't realize that the moment that we start to share our gifts, we're also adding 5 or more new job titles in our role. The marketer, the tech team, customer support, content creator, salesperson, admin team, and that's just to name a few. And so what I realized when I started my coaching business back in 2015 is that I just wanted to help people. I was like, where are the clients? If they can just land on my lap, I am here, I am ready to serve. But I didn't realize that it would take so much learning just to build a business online. And the truth is, we don't fail as coaches because we lack passion for what we do. Most of coaches struggle because they don't have scalable systems to really build a business that creates true freedom, right? And so we're stuck in this hamster wheel of posting and hoping and really doing all of these things, but not truly creating the freedom that we want unless we have systems. And I know from experience that all of us want freedom of time, freedom of money, and freedom to make a big impact. And the truth is, it is all collectively combined, because if we're not making an impact, we're not making an income, right? And if we're not feeling financially rewarded by our work, it's also really hard to make a big impact from an empty cup, right? So this is where having systems that scale really come in. So I'm going to give a very short intro into what it looks like to really have systems in your business. And this is going to be part 1 of a bigger training. And I do want to make sure that you stay till the end. I'm going to give everybody access to a TCN training that we hosted for the Travel Coach Network a few months back. that's going to be an extended training of this, okay? And it's also going to even give you a free trial to try out Cohere to really start setting up all of your systems. So this is what we're going to cover over the next 10 minutes. It's very ambitious, but I'm going to do my best. So I'm going to go through a very short intro of me, how it relates to you, and really how I started my business, as I started the same way many of us are starting our businesses. So I'll share a little bit about my story and how we started Cohere. And then we're going to go right into the Freedom Funnel. And in the Freedom Funnel, I want you to really pinpoint where you're at in that funnel, where you're really looking to focus in more energy, because that's going to give you a lot of clarity as to what to implement next. And then at the end, we'll talk about next steps. I'll share that free resource for all of you to get an extended training and also to try out Cohere for free. And by the way, I just want to share that we don't do free trials normally for anyone, but for the TCN network, we have done that in the past. So I'm gifting everybody free access to Cohere at the end. So let's dive on in here. So a little bit about my story as it relates to all of you. I also am a huge advocate of travel. I actually want to say that the very first reason that I truly started a business was to help people, but also to build a business that allowed me to travel anytime I wanted. That was selfishly like one of my core desires, is I wanted to be able to live anywhere, travel around the world. And today I actually live in Barcelona, Spain at the moment. And I have fully created that time and money freedom to be able to work in different places, pretty much work from anywhere in the world, and do work that I'm genuinely super passionate about. So that's what we teach inside of Cohere, and that's what we're really focused on helping others with inside of our platform. But taking you back to when I started my business in 2015, I started my first online coaching business as a fitness and health coach, and had early success organically, just really doing trial and error and learning social media and really learning how to market online organically. But it wasn't until 2018 that I really made a commitment to be all in. Because from 2015 to 2018, I was one of those people, you might relate, where you're starting your business, but you're kind of like planning some plan Bs in case it doesn't work out, right? So 2018, I said, nope, this is my 100% commitment. I'm going to be all in. I'm going to build a 6 and later 7-figure business. And so I made a commitment to be all in. And I realized the way I was going to be able to scale was to start implementing systems. So that's exactly what I did. Really got everything refined, hired all of the people to help me with my tech. And I realized that it was quite expensive to do everything on your own and trying to hire out for every single piece of your business. So that's when my husband, Paul, and I saw this opportunity for us to create something that I wish existed. So we built Cohere, which is an all-in-one platform, as a way to help coaches, healers, and online service providers have everything that they need on the tech, mentorship, and support level to get their business off the ground, but also to build with community. And so today we run a 7-figure business working with thousands of coaches a year and helping them really share their gifts and grow their businesses online. And the key thing that we see most people get stuck with is the systems to truly scale. So Cohere is an all-in-one AI-powered platform and marketplace that provides coaches like you one place where you can get discovered, sell your services, deliver your services, and ultimately grow the thriving business that you know you came here to build. And so we help you with the tech and the mentorship to scale your business and do what you do best, which is transform lives. And again, you're going to get a free trial access at the end, so I won't go too deep into the how-to of Cohere, but we basically we help build your business as you're just getting started and even upwards as you're already scaling. So what we've realized is that freedom does not come from working more. When I was running my first business, I was doing a lot. I had a lot of different platforms and all of them were disconnected. And I realized that it's not about working more. It's not about working harder. It comes from building smarter with systems. And it doesn't have to be super complex. So I'm going to show you exactly how to think about systems from the attraction to all the way into conversion stages and really pinpointing where you're at in your business right now so that you can start building systems that truly help you scale. So we're going to dive into the Freedom Funnel. And I am fully confident that all of us here are just a few steps away from a scalable six-figure business. And so what we want to look at when we're building a freedom funnel is that we want to create a scalable client journey that consistently attracts, nurtures, converts, and supports your clients without you needing to be involved in every single task, right? So if a client was interested in working with you today, there should be a really simple flow for them to come into your world without you needing to do everything single step. So this is really how it works. So the freedom funnel is really around three core parts. At the top of the funnel is your attraction stage. And when we're attracting new clients, most of us here are most likely doing organic marketing through social media. Maybe you're doing some guest speaking, networking, referrals, ads, or other things to grow your business. But we want to really be able to systemize these things so that, again, if you don't post once, it doesn't mean that you're not going to have more clients, or if you're not consistent on social media, you're not just relying on that. Okay, so inside of Cohere, we help you grow your visibility through the Cohere marketplace while also teaching you how to master marketing in your business. We love organic marketing through social content and guest speaking and referrals and all of that. But we're also really big on partnerships. So we even teach you how to really start building partnerships that help you create even more leads at scale. And once you have this piece down of how you're attracting clients, the most important thing you could do is capture and nurture those leads and bring them into your email list. I'm sure you've all heard this before, and I know that many of you are already doing this, but we want to be able to turn attention into leads and start building trust at scale. So really where it starts getting very exciting in your business is when you start to build your email list. Because on your email list, you're going to be able to convert so many more ideal clients than if you're just relying on social media alone. But we really need systems in order to have an opt-in page that really brings people into your freebies, being able to host lead magnets, free guides, workshops, challenges, landing pages that convert, creating email sequences that are automated as soon as somebody downloads your freebie. All of this, including free communities and automation and so much more, is exactly what we help you with inside of Cohere. And so inside the platform, really, the first thing we want you, every coach that we recommend, is that you have at least one freebie and one paid offer. Once you have those two, you can truly build this freedom funnel out, okay? And even if you're not ready yet to convert, I would highly recommend that if you're just starting your business, you at least start building some systems to start getting people on your email list and offering tons of free value. Type a yes if you are either already doing that or excited to get started on building that list very soon. I want to see some yeses here. Once we are, I love it, love seeing it. Once we have that down, this is now when we can truly start converting at scale. So when we're looking at the last piece of the freedom funnel and really dialing that in, we want to make it easy for leads to learn more about how they can work with you. So whether you have a website or you're offering discovery calls, you want to have some landing pages for clients who are ready to sign up and work with you, you should have a simple link that you could send them today to learn more about your services. And this could include landing pages for your one-on-one sessions, packages, group programs, retreats, memberships, and everything else that follows the sale. And what's beautiful about this is, again, when you have those systems dialed in, it makes it so that when you are posting something on social media or you're sharing at an event, you have a way to really invite people into your world, okay? And that's where the capturing and nurture comes in. And those people that are really ready to learn even more from you, they're going to be ready for the next step, which is one of your paid offers. And so this is just the beginning. Once you have your freedom funnel dialed in, you can start truly focusing on service and getting out of the admin work of your business. I find that the moment that I really started having a simple funnel in place It's like my nervous system and my subconscious mind was like, okay, floodgates, let's open. We're ready to truly receive more clients. Because before there was a ton of resistance around like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to do more work if a client comes on, right? So you want to be able to build the system out. And this is just a short preview of how it looks. Once somebody downloads your lead magnet, for example, it is automated. You already have that page set up. So they opt in, they get added right to your email list. From there, you create an email follow-up or nurture sequence to either jump on a call with you or to sign up for your paid offer. Then they sign up for your paid offer. And as soon as they sign up, you already have all of the systems and automation for that welcome email, the thank you page, the next steps. All of that is automated. So really, you are able to call in new clients, being on, a beachside and being ready to, yes, deliver an amazing service to your clients, but at least a lot of the admin work is fully taken care of for you. And this is what it looks like to really focus more on the work that you came here to do and not the admin, okay? So for those of you who are feeling ready to launch and grow your dream coaching business with systems and support, type a yes in the chat window. I would love to share a free resource with all of you who type in the chat window and who are really ready to just dive in and take a deeper look into what this could look like for your business. Love seeing all these yeses. Amazing, amazing. So this is what it looks like to build your business with scattered systems on the left. You can have some amazing platforms, but yes, oftentimes those platforms are not fully automated and are not all in one place. And so you end up having to use 5 or more platforms just to run your business. And that's exactly why we created Cohere. Cohere is one place where you could market, sell, deliver, and scale your coaching business in one place. And because I am a part of this Women's Who Thrive Through Travel 2026 event, I would love to invite you to an opportunity to implement the systems for your coaching business that I know you're all ready for, and to finally streamline, launch, and scale your business with more ease, because your dream clients are going to thank you. They're going to be able to see all of the amazing ways that they can work with you. They're going to receive freebies from you. You're going to be building a business through a value-first strategy. And most importantly, you're going to build the business and the impact that you know you came here for. So everybody here is going to get a free trial and an expanded training from today. So this is a training that we've hosted previously for the Travel Coaching Network. And it's going to give you an access to a 7-day free trial that you cannot find anywhere on our website. So this is a really great opportunity. And I'm just going to share it here in the chat window so that you all have the link. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that you are always welcome. If you have any questions, if this sparked some ideas, if you saw parts of the funnel that you want to implement next, but you have any questions, I would love to invite you to email me anytime, Annette@cohere.live. It's just the most direct way for me to answer your questions. But also, if you're on Instagram, I would love to connect with all of you. I'm over at Annette Skyron, so you can message me there or email me anytime. And of course, when you do go on that page that I shared in the chat window, you are going to even also have an opportunity to book a call and learn even more about this opportunity with Cohere. Okay. So I'm so grateful. I know that was short and sweet, but Sahara, thank you so much for having me on. I'm so grateful for you and the TCN community, and I'm looking forward to connecting with many of you.
Annette, thank you so much. As we said, that Cohere has been a partner with TCN for a while. So many of our travel coaches are in Cohere, and the feedback and responses and the reactions that I get, I'm not surprised, because I know how Annette and Paul lead Cohere from a human standpoint, which is so important. So the amount of mentorship, guidance, support, just everything that they provide is priceless. And so I just always love your energy. Thank you so much for all the value. I know it was a short, condensed amount of time. So that expanded training, you guys, there's so much great information in that. It just sign up for that, grab that link, and go ahead and do that, and reach out to Annette if you have questions about anything, okay? That is found in the chat. It's going to go out in your post-event email as well. So Brittany, I know you are on here. If we can start prepping the wheel for our first giveaway. We are going to do a raffle for the Transformation Economy book, a signed copy from the author Joe Pine himself. And as Brittany is getting that ready, you are on here, right, Brittany?
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and
Okay,
share
perfect.
right now.
As she's getting that ready, I do want to do a shout out and a big thank you to our swag bag sponsors of this year, who are Anna Karini Seaford, the founder of Elo Hotels, Rita Perez, the host of the Strategic Travel Entrepreneur podcast, Lisa Pittman, the founder of the Travel Doctor, Tomer Arwez, the co-founder of Wanted Coach, and Becky Livingston, the founder of Vital Journeys. We'll be sharing a little bit later on what exactly each one of them are providing in the swag bag for all of you. Okay, so Brittany, who is going to be the lucky recipient of Joe Pine's signed The Transformation Economy book?
Let's see. There were so many registrants. Check this out. And the fact that 100 people came live is so awesome. Thank you all for being here. So our first lucky winner is Cheyenne Bonsal. I hope I pronounced your name right. Are you here?
Go ahead and unmute
Yes, I'm
yourself.
here.
Oh,
Yay!
wonderful. Congrats. All right, I'm just writing. I will send you an email, Cheyenne, about your book, okay? Thank you so much, and thank you, Brittany. Before we move on to our next speaker, we can go ahead, let's see here. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share just a couple minutes about the Travel Coach Certification Program. We had quite a few questions about it and the difference between our flagship program and our brand new certification course for travel advisors. So the Travel Coach Certification Program, as you all see here, this is our signature program. We have over 770 travel coaches from more than 41 countries in our program. And this is a robust all-in-one program. It's originally priced at $2,000, but we are doing our spring sale right now, which we've dropped it down to just under $600 for you. And this one is, we have retreat leaders, tour operators, health, life, wellness coaches, of course, travel coaches, people who are just starting off in their business or looking to incorporate travel coaching and the fundamentals into their business model. This is that all-in-one platform for you. You're going to get monthly live continuing education sessions, mentorship, a private coaching session with me if you do the pay in full. We have practice coaching sessions. We bring in a award-winning transformation coach to work with you guys to help you boost that confidence to be a coach. But we also teach you different revenue streams and business models that if one-on-one coaching isn't something that you desire to do, well, how else can you still become a certified travel coach and incorporate your passion for travel, what it is you believe in about travel, and how you can help others either incorporate travel into their lives, travel more intentionally, or take the different aspects of travel that we know that travel can do for us and help your clients increase their well-being, navigate through transitions in life. So things like immersing into local culture, time in nature, time away, all these different things that we know that travel, and there's decades of research out there that travel can do for us. We teach you how you can take those elements and incorporate that into however you want to serve, show up, and help and guide your clients in whatever type of travel business you want. So it's very customizable. This program meets you where you are. Okay. This is our one that we've been running for over 7 years now, and you get everything in there. For our brand new certified travel coach course, if you guys do, I'll drop the link again. I do have a video in here that shares more about it. So after today's event, you can go ahead and watch that. And it also shows you everything. So it is ICF accredited, International Coach Federation accredited. Um, and it gives you 40 CCE hours. And so right here, it will list everything that's included in this robust program. But for our brand new certified travel coach course, this one is designed specifically for travel advisors. So what we saw is an influx of travel agents, travel advisors coming into our certification program, this one, and learning how they can enhance the experiences that they provide for their clients. So adding transformation, adding intention, adding that element of coaching into there to better improve their brand, show up better, storytell better, incorporate more of their own personal beliefs and authenticity into their business, and also enhance the experiences of their clients. So we launched a shorter. It's both are self-paced. You do it on your own, but the brand new one is only 10 hours. Do that on your own. And that is to help you take the concept of travel coaching and implement it directly into your current business model as a travel advisor. Okay. So there's a big difference between those. Both take the fundamentals of travel coaching and teach you that, but one is specific for being a travel advisor, travel agent. With that said, if you do during our spring sale, the next 10 people who do enroll in the travel coach certification program, this one here, will get our certified travel coach course for travel advisors for free. So it's like a $300 or $400 program is going to be for free when you enroll in this. Plus, during our spring sale, we're waiving all of our lifetime annual fees for joining this program. You will be grandfathered into not having to pay those. That's only during our spring sale. Okay, so I would go ahead and drop those links back in the chat for you guys. Please reach out if you have any questions about anything about the programs. And we're going to move on to our next speaker here. All right, so I'm excited for this one. Today we have Stormy Banks. She's the founder of Pink Print Firm. And today she's going to be sharing with you guys how to get grant ready in 2026. So how do we fund our business? She has some really great insights when it comes to grants. So Stormy, the stage is yours.
Woohoo! I'm super excited to be here. You guys throw some fire in the chat if you have gotten immense value from Sahara and the team. I am literally traveling right now, so I am living what you guys are talking about in this class today. So throw some fire in the chat for me if you guys are feeling the vibes and you are getting the value from this room already. I cannot wait to see what you guys do with this information. I was listening to Julie, and she said something that just really touched my spirit. She said, you don't need a big platform and you don't need a lot of followers. What you need is trust. And I said, oh my goodness, Julie, you are so right. And I took it even deeper in my own mind because I said, what's in between trust? What's in between trust? You guys tell me in the chat, what is in between trust? What is that, literally that letter in between trust? There's TR, ST. Somebody let me know. You. Good, Dewey. You're getting close. It's you. And I thought to myself, this is what is always in between us reaching the goals that we have and staying where we're currently at. Because the only way to actually be able to solidify that we're going to get to our next level is us doing the work right now. So give you guys a pat on the back for actually showing up today, sticking through the information, taking notes. I see Amanda, she's over there taking notes. She's locked in, camera on, showing up, makeup done. My girl is like, I'm showing up as my future self, not my current self. I'm showing up as who I believe I am, not who my circumstance may say that I am. Right? And so what's really important when it comes to grants is understanding that you are the catalyst that is going to be able to get yourself the funding that you need. Who's familiar with grants? I know that you guys may know about Pell grants when it comes to college, or you may heard about business grants, but you may have a little bit of a gap of understanding how accessible grants truly are. Now, I'm a person who's come from a background where I was a hairstylist and I was starting my own business, bootstrapping my way through, had no idea that grants was available until someone finally unlocked that, hey, you know, you can win a grant to help you start this business, scale this business, get some marketing done, get your systems created, get additional education. I said, well, no, where do I find these grant opportunities? So I already know if you're new to grants, you're wondering, okay, what are grants exactly? Where do I find grant opportunities? And how do I know if I qualify? So I'm going to help you answer those 3 questions while we're on this call today. But what I also want you to understand now is that grants is all about the impact. The ladies have said that already multiple times today. It's not about your industry. It's not about what you offer. It's about who you're actually impacting. I'll tell you this. Julie mentioned that she started with a blog. And I don't know if you guys know this, but there's actually grants for bloggers, grants for creatives, grants for authors that are available and out there. I know that the last speaker was talking about systems. Imagine if you had a blog that was your capture and nurture of your system to where you can be able to have your clients coming into your paid travel experiences. You can get grants to start your blog. You can get grants to write your book. You can get grants to create those systems. I also heard them talking about you guys being able to do group travel experiences or become travel coaches. Did you know that you can get grants for literally creating travel experiences? Matter of fact, I had a client who did this. She took people to Spain and Mexico cities because she was trying to help people learn how to speak Spanish. Her impact was taking normal, everyday women, getting them involved and immersed into the culture in Spanish-speaking places and getting them help learning the language. Her impact was creating bilingual people to help develop the workforce in her local area. How cool. So imagine if not only were you doing this because your love of travel, but you were doing this because you wanted to help people be able to increase their skill sets, increase their experiences, and increase their base of knowledge. Or you want to help students in high school get more access to opportunities and job opportunities through their knowledge and travel. Is there anyone in here who's like, yes, that's why I started my business. That's why I got into coaching, not because of me, not because my travel, like, okay, it would be great to have an all expenses paid trip to Morocco, but I really want to help give the experience to the people who deserve it and who need the impact and whose lives I want to change. Comment me in the chat if that's you. Comment me because I already know there is some ladies and some gentlemen in this room who came here today to change and transform, not to take notes, to change and transform. So I'm going to give you guys the baseline here. The baseline is that grants is debt-free funding that you can win for your business that you do not have to pay back. These are non-repayable funded grants into your business. You do not need a credit score. You do not need history. You do not need revenue to start accessing the power of grant opportunities. What you need is a good message and a clear audience that you're serving. So this is the thing. You're going to want to have a registered business if you're going for grants, or you want to have a nonprofit registered if you're going for grants. You can be for profit or nonprofit, but you will get access to more money as a business owner. So once you have a registered business, the only things that they're going to ask for in your application outside of you answer the questions is some type of website or landing page, some type of social media, TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, all the ones. You don't need all of them, but you need at least one so they can get to know you more outside of the application. And you're also going to want to have a pitch deck, a grant proposal, and a business plan. Because this is what is going to help you showcase to the funders that you have a sustainable business. Not only do they want to impact the people that you serve, but they want to use their money responsibly. And if you don't look organized and you don't look structured, it's going to feel like you're not the obvious choice. Because grants are competition-based programs, you got to be good. You can't just throw an application up and say, I applied, so where's my money? You actually got to do the work to be great. So here's a way that you can find grants consistently for your business, because there's also grants for becoming a nomad. Okay, I know the last speaker said she was in Spain. There's grants for being a nomad. There's grants for relocation. So where you can find these grant opportunities, I'm going to give you 3 easy websites. They're all completely free. There are some scam grants out there, and I'll tell you how you know. If they ask you to pay, don't apply. Okay. HelloSkip.com is a great platform that you can utilize to find grants consistently for your business. They currently right now have a $10,000 grant open that ends at the end of this month, open to any and all entrepreneurs who need access to monies to scale and grow their business. Famous Amos has a $50,000 grant open right now, available to anyone who's been in business 5 years or less and is located in the US. You can find both of those grants on helloskip.com. You can also use a platform called grantwatch.com. Grantwatch.com. This is an incredible website that has over $1.9 trillion of grants currently listed on the website right now. You guys drop in the chat for me right now. How much money out of that 1.9 trillion are you trying to get this year? Because we're already in June, so we need to be hitting some goals. I read the 12-week year earlier this year, and it really changed my whole life and the way that I shape my whole, currency. Because some of us think we have too much time. You're letting the win get in the way of the win. You're letting the win get in the way of the win, because we need to start now. Now is the opportunity. You know when the best time to start is? Yesterday. You know when the next best time to start is? Right now. Right now. So don't let the win get in the way of your win. Utilize grantwatch.com to be able to find grants consistently for your business so that you can access the power of grant opportunities. Once you have those documents that I went over before, the only thing you need to focus on next is your impact. Don't go over there begging for the money, okay? They don't want that. They want the people that show that they are an impact partner. Everybody put ROI in the chat. ROI. Because grants do not ask you to give any money back, they're not looking for interest. They're looking for a return on impact. With this $50,000 grant, I was able to host a group of 12 women who I took to Colombia to learn so-and-so, who are now working in a new field, or who now became travel coaches, or who, you get what I'm saying? ROI. Because of this $50,000 grant, I will be able to help 12 people do X. What is the transformation? Where are you pulling them in and aligning with the grant tour's goals? If we got on this call today and everybody just talked about themselves, would you feel like you were getting value? No. You feel like you're getting value because you're getting supported. You're getting an understanding of how you can change. You're getting an understanding of what you can do to make your next steps your best steps. And that's what you have to give the grantor to be competitive in a grant marketplace. Now, we've got 12 minutes because you guys have even more power pack sessions, and I would love to give you guys more gems. But today, what I'm going to leave you guys with is a free grant list of grants that are currently out right now so that you can easily apply until you find the skill to be able to actually learn how to find grants on your own. Is that okay with you guys? Comment yes if I have permission to share with you guys a free resource that has grants on it currently that you can apply for. Melissa said yes. Amanda said yes. Sylvia said yes. Julia said yes. That's enough yeses for me. I'm throwing it in the chat now. And I've also sent it over to Sahara. If anybody misses this in the chat and wants to get access to this, I'm sure she'll be able to give it to you guys later. With that being said, that is my time, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a pleasure coming on here and speaking with you. I'll throw also my Instagram in the chat. If anybody has any questions that we weren't able to get to today, my door is open and welcome for you guys. Happy traveling to you guys and everyone here.
Stormy, thank you so much for all of that great information. I know it was a short window of time and you always have so much information to share. So go ahead and connect with Stormy, download her free link. She is always a powerhouse of information and guidance for you guys. Stormy, thank you again for your time to share all of that with us and our audience today. All right, next up, we're going to do something a little bit differently here. Thanks to one of our sponsors, Journey Woman, we have a panel, and today we have two panelists. We have Kathy Duckworth, who is a feature writer, and she is also the host of the Ageless Adventuress podcast by Journey Woman. And then we also have Diana Eden. Diana is a costume designer, a university professor, and the writer of 2 memoirs, including Getting Old and Other Dignities, a memoir of aging with adventure and style. And she's also published over 40 travel articles. And our panel for Journeywoman is going to be talking about reinvention at any age. So Diana and Kathy, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having us on. It's Kathy
Yeah,
over
thank
here.
you for the invitation.
Hello. Yeah, so first, Kathy, could you just share a little bit about yourself and why are you doing anything that you're doing with Journeywomen? Why is this important? Why is traveling at any age important? Can you share a little bit about that and your own story?
Sure. I'll make my own story really quick. I spent about 18 years in corporate marketing before I had my fourth child, and I decided to write a book about how hard that was. And sort of 6 books later, and many family parenting articles later, I got into family travel writing. So a long time ago, and I've been doing family travel writing for a while. My kids are all grown now, all 4 of them. I have 4 grandkids. So now I'm starting to do multi-gen travel and Journeywoman. I'm 63, and Journeywoman is a site that targets solo female travelers over the age of 50, is one of the largest growing markets we know. I think they predict $245 billion in 2025 for that market between Canada and US. And it's a market that really speaks to me and to the women that I meet when I travel. And I love to. I have a family and a husband, but I love to travel solo, and I love to tell women how easy it is to get started and why travel advisors should really be looking at targeting that market themselves. Over to Diana.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Sahara, for inviting me. I have had many careers through my long life. I just turned 86 in May. But during COVID, I connected with Journeywomen, and there were weekly calls, which I really enjoyed because, as you know, we were all isolated. And coming out of that, I decided to submit an article to Journeywoman, never thinking that they'd consider it, but it was called Life Doesn't End at 80, Why Should Travel? And it really hit a nerve. And so I started writing more articles about travel over 80. And that is my area of interest. And I'm about to leave in 3 days on 2 cruises coming up, 2 back-to-back cruises. Um, and I love to travel and I love to advise women not to be afraid of it, just to go for it and help them through some of the difficult areas.
Thank you so much for sharing a little bit more about yourselves, Kathy and Diana. In the Travel Coach Network, we are organically over 95% women, and a lot of our travel coaches also focus on the category of women 40, 50 plus. And this is always just really fascinating. Obviously, we are partnered with Journeywoman. I've had many conversations with Carolyn over the past several years, and we know that it's a market in the industry that continues to grow. And Woman is doing an incredible job on providing more education and awareness for it. Kathy, can you share, because today's topic is about reinventing yourself at any age through travel. What are some things about travel that can help a woman or anyone reinvent themselves? What does that even mean? What could that even look like? Can you share some thoughts, Kathy?
Yeah, I just think getting out into the world, and again, we focus mostly on solo travel at Journeywoman. That's who we are, and I think it's so empowering to take those trips and to get out and to meet people as you are. I know a lot of women. I know a lot of women who won't even go to a movie by themselves, let alone book that first trip. And so we really talk a lot on the site too about the things that are concerning women getting out there, safety, being alone, eating alone, walking. All of our articles on our site and the podcast itself, The Ageless Adventurous, everything we talk about, we've done. And I know Diana is the same. We've done it. We've walked the street where your hotel is. We've been on the ship. There's no artificial intelligence going on here. It is pure intelligence from the women that have done it. And I think that gives our readers and our listeners a lot of confidence to get out there. And that's what I think travel can do for a lot of women, to say, I did that. I didn't wait around for my partner. I didn't wait around to come out of the group chat, before we finally booked to that travel. So I think a lot of confidence comes from it. And there's not, once you do it once, I'm telling you, you get hooked and you want to keep doing it. You want to keep getting out there in the world by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
True.
what are your thoughts on that, Diana? What are some ways that travel can help us through our reinvention phase of our life?
Well, my reinvention came, it was a necessity when my much younger than I husband died suddenly. And I no longer had a travel partner. Um, and I found that there are a lot of women, when they lose their partners, their husbands, their mates, suddenly think, I can't travel anymore. How am I ever going to travel again? And so for me, it was necessary to find a way to travel, to find a way to meet people to travel with, which was one of my big areas I needed to develop. Not to be shy, not to be an introvert, but to find groups and ways to meet people who had similar interests and similar age-ish, and find ways to get back out there and do all sorts of things that I probably wouldn't have done otherwise.
I find that's such a common theme among women, where it's that travel really helps bring to the surface of who we really are and helps us find clarity for these next stages in our life. And it doesn't always have to be a big life event that happens, but travel really has been a catalyst for so many people to help guide others. So, Kathy, what are some tips that you have for travelers who are considering, who are going through certain times in their life, or they are at a crossroads of figuring out this new sense of identity? What are some tips? But there's a lot of things holding them back. What are some tips and what's some advice for them to possibly use travel as this avenue for helping them get the clarity and moving forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I kind of come down on two sides of that. I think there's the one side of me that would say, if somebody's gone through something, quite traumatic or life-changing, that maybe they want to revert to something a little bit more familiar. So maybe they want to go back and revisit some places that have brought them comfort and familiarity in the past, like maybe your family's from England, so you go to England. But on the other side, I feel like maybe what a lot of people need is also that shake up to say, well, I've always wanted to do this. I really am not a fan of the term bucket list, but I like the term wish list. I was like, what's at the top of your wish list? And maybe that's the time to do it. To say, I need to shake everything up. I need to start big and see where it happens. But for those women who are thinking about, they've never done travel before by themselves at a certain age, I really do think it's valuable to start small, to visit familiar places, to go away for just a little bit and get your feet under you in terms of eating alone, taking tours alone. Taking a tour is a great way to sort of be on your own, but with a group as well. And we all know that we learn more from talking to other people than we do than looking it up in a book. So that's one of the other things that you can learn as well. So I think it depends on your personality in terms of what are you trying to get out of the travel? Are you trying to get comfort, or are you trying to get like experience and sort of excitement?
What about you,
I
Dick?
think I think reinvention is a continual thing throughout life. And, hopefully it's not a catastrophic event that propels you forward. For some women, it's maybe empty nest. The kids are now all grown. Some women, it's the end of their career and feeling a big, empty feeling. Um, so I think it's just so important to keep being curious and to keep reinventing yourself. All the way through life. And for me, it was a lot of it was personality. My husband was very outgoing and charming, and socially, I got to be the retired one at his side who, thought he was just brilliant and laughed at his jokes. Professionally, I was pretty powerful. I had a strong career. But to find people to travel with or to meet up once I got there, I have no problem getting on a plane by myself and going around the world. But I found joining groups once I got somewhere like Africa, and joined a safari group was fabulous because um, I suddenly had a whole bunch of new people that I'd never met before, to share experiences with, and to see the leopard for the first time, and to see the elephants crossing the river, and with all these wonderful new people. And some of them you stay in touch with, and some of them fall by the wayside. But it's very invigorating. And if you need to re-energize your life for whatever reason, there's nothing like travel to do it.
I just want to say too, I agree with everything that Diana is saying, and it also is sort of the theme of the podcast that we're doing, the Ageless Adventurous, which is I'm interviewing, notable women who've made changes in their life and talk about their travels, but what travel has meant to them as a motivator and as an inspiration. Our first episode was two ladies called Around the World at 80. They're 84 and they're very famous, right? And they're still traveling around, and they're awesome. I interviewed supermodel Monica Schnarr, a Canadian supermodel, about her transition from being Ford's youngest supermodel to a real estate agent, and all the travels that she did as a model. So everything, in the podcast is sort of geared towards, get out the door, let's start something, because anyone can do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, Kathy and Diana, I know there's so much more that we can continue to talk about this. So, Kathy, please do drop the link to the podcast in the chat. I did put in the chat as well for everyone. It is a free book from Carolyn and Lola Akamade called Never Too Late. So you can find that link in the chat with all the other resources from Journey Woman as well. Kathy and Diana, thank you so, so much for being here and sharing just snips of your stories and perspectives. It is why I put together the Women Thrive Through Travel virtual event over 6 years ago now, to show just how powerful travel is for us as women, as human beings, to thrive both personally and professionally in every way, shape, or form. So thank you again so much for being here and representing the panel for Journey Woman.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. Loved it.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And then thank you to Journey Woman in general for being a sponsor for today's event as well. So next up, we are going to hear from one of our other sponsors, Sonia Cruz Oro from Travel Awakens. And then we are going to go into a raffle. We're going to be giving away several hotel night stays from our sponsor, APLBC. So first, we're going to hear from Sonia. Sonia, you here?
Yes, Sahara, how are you?
Hi, Sonia. And you are currently on El Camino, Camino de Santiago right now with a group of our travel coaches from the Travel Coach Network. So thank you so much for joining us during your experience.
Yes, thanks, Sahara. And we have walked today 14 miles. So it's been and it's a really hot day. So we are doing amazing here, everyone, with the challenge. So I'm glad to connect from Camino. I have a small presentation, if I can share my screen, for sharing what I want to share today here. And congratulations again for this event. I remember I was one of the speakers in the first or second one, already 6 editions. So that's amazing.
Yeah, you should be able to share. Yes, Sonia was one of our very first speakers, our very first event over 6 years ago. So
let me see if I can share.
It is popping up now.
All right.
All right, we can see it.
Perfect. All right. So, hi, everyone. My name is Sonia, and I'm the founder of Travel Awakens. And as Sahara said, I'm joining today from Camino de Santiago. And one thing I always find when I come here, that I come often, is how much people are craving connection, deeper connection with themselves, with other people, with nature, right? So I believe we live in a world, in a society where we have lots of noise and distractions and inputs, and maybe we are more connected than ever before in history through technology, but more disconnected than ever before with ourselves, with who we are and what we want. So maybe you can say in the chat if you also have, if you also feel that, like I feel it. And what happens is we live in a society that we are very stressed and burnout, and people hope that travel can help them to disconnect, to have a break from all this noise, distractions, and responsibilities to focus on themselves. But it's not an easy thing to do because maybe they move their body physically from one location to the other, but it's more difficult to move, the mind sometimes is still thinking about work, home, problems, or what I will do after when I go back home, all the work that's waiting for me. So this is one of the challenges to actually be present, to be able to connect, because this is what we are craving, deeper connection. And even if they are able to be present and connect, the problem also arises when they go back home and they go back to the back-to-back meetings and the busy schedule, right? So we need more professionals. Travelers need more professionals that can help them to feel more connected during their trips and especially to sustain this connection after they return home. So I know this is not an easy thing to do, to help our clients not only to with the logistics and to move physically, but also mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. So how do I know it? Well, I've been there too. My background is not in travel. I used to work in software for an IT company, multinational company, and that's the reason why I moved from Spain, where I am originally from, to Ireland, where I live, because I had, a promotion, but a couple of promotions after, I realized this is not what I wanted to do with my life. And when I discovered travel coaching and I took the certification of Sahara and the TCN back in 2021, 5 years ago, I knew I found my passion, which is a combination of travel and personal development. I have a degree in psychology. I always loved coaching. I am master practitioner in NLP. So you can see the personal development was there and travel together. That was the missing piece I had. So 5 years later, after these 5 years working here, so of course I had different offers and I sold multiple experiences and transformational travel experiences. But also I learned a lot about the mistakes I made during the way in all these years. So I realized that when it comes to a successful purpose-driven travel business, all comes down to two foundational pieces. The first one is how to create a signature offer, an offer that you're going to be known for, an offer that will help your clients to move where they are, where they want to be. And also the other important thing, you can have the best offer ever, but if you don't know how to sell it, it's also going to be difficult, to grow your business and have a thriving business. So how to sell it in a way that feels authentic, in a way that you don't need to, because I see many people posting every day on social media, getting frustrated, not getting so much return of investment and engagement. So there is more to sell than just doing social media, and constantly marketing. So that's why I created specifically for this event 2 videos that I'm going to share with you. So you can learn about how to create your signature offer. They are short videos, less than 30 minutes. And these are some examples of results that you can expect if you implement what you will learn in this video, in the 2 videos. So Hajit said that she used to feel disconnected from her passion and overwhelmed by the lack of structure in her business. But now she has a clear plan. Her retreats are selling out months in advance, and she's more inspired, confident, and focused than ever before. And Mira said that she gained lots of accountability and also real guidance from someone who's already walked the path. And she made huge progress in setting up her business, the structure, the steps, the mindset, all at the pace that felt good and true to me. So this is the QR code. This is all for free, my treat to you. You can download it also on my website, travelawakens.com/framework. So if you are in a position in your business that you have a vision, what you want to create, but you don't know how to put the pieces together to use your expertise, your experience, your knowledge to actually create something tangible that can help your clients to travel with more purpose, meaning, and intention, you have to watch Create Your Signature Offer video. If you already have an offer that converts, that is helping your clients to achieve these transformations and aspirations, but you want to attract more clients, more conscious clients and aligned clients and the right clients, then Sell Without Constant Marketing is the video for you. So of course you can watch both. Both are on the same link. And yeah, that's all from me. Thank you so much for being here.
Sonia, thank you so much. And thanks for Travel Awakens for being a sponsor of our Women Thrive Travel virtual event of 2026. And we hope that you enjoy the remainder of El Camino. Everyone, be sure to follow. Sonia, go ahead and drop your Instagram in the chat. And you can follow their journey on El Camino as well as on our stories on the Travel Coach Network on Instagram as well too. So thank you so much. Next up, we are
Thank
going
you.
to
Yes, I'm posting my journey. I'm
yeah,
posting all the journey on Instagram, so you can follow the account is in the chat.
wonderful. And if you guys are wondering, Carolyn from Journey Woman is also an El Camino on her own. So El Camino is a very transformative experience that many people do go on as well. So it's something to consider for yourself possibly. Next up, we are going to do some giveaways of hotel nights, thanks to our sponsor, APLBC. So Linda, are you here with us?
Hello, I am.
Hi, Linda. What do you have for our attendees today?
We have a couple of nights. I'm going to do one on this section and then the rest on the other section as well. So can I quickly share my screen? Is that okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Excellent. So excellent. Excellent. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to give you a quick overview of Stay Collection, which is our hotel collection and also lodges. So out of Stay Collection, we have just over 800 hotels that we like to promote. What we're doing today, before I go on to the giveaways, is this is just giving you a quick snapshot of everywhere that we have properties. What we do like to do is to work with travel advisors, coaches like yourselves to help you create something unique. We mainly focused on individual hotels, so independent hotels, and also lodges across Africa as well. So the first thing that I'm going to focus on is we've got our own agent portal. And what we're doing today for Sahara's community is that the first 50 people that sign up, they'll get $50 each. I'll drop the link in the chat as well. So that hopefully all of you will join. What we do on this particular portal is that we offer education in terms of the different locations that we have, also our lodges, and also our independent hotels. We like to connect the hotels with the travel advisors individually, so you can create something a little bit bespoke, and also something a little bit more personalized. So the first prize that I'm going to give away, we've got 4 prizes to give away. Dr. Wilkinson, this is one of our properties based in Napa Valley. So I'm just going to give you a quick brief on that one as well. Sahara, will we be doing a spin for the prize? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so why don't you just share about the properties first, and then I have notes, and then Brittany will bring up the wheel and we'll do some spins.
Okay, perfect. So Dr. Wilkinson, this one is actually Napa Valley. What I do love about this property is really focusing on wellness. So what I have heard today is about travel being very transformative. And one of the things that this particular property does is that it's very bespoke in the way that they are. It's ideal for couples and also small groups. They do have what we call a healing wellness mud bath. I haven't tried it myself personally. I've never had the experience of going to Napa Valley, but what they are doing is they're giving 1 night complimentary plus also discounts and food and beverage. If you do book any wellness groups there as well, they'll be looking at doing some added values there as well. So that is the first prize that I'm going to give away. Do you want to do the wheel for that, or shall I just continue?
We'll do the wheel why don't you just share about the hotels first?
Okay, perfect. Okay. And then the next one, the next one that I want to focus on, is this is a Sarah wine estate, and that one is based in Cape Town. It's based in the Stellenbosch area. They do have, again, this is heavily focused around wellness. They do have areas for retreats. We've done a couple of bespoke events there. Because they've got a vineyard, they can also do different adventures and different things in that particular location. And those are the 2 that I'm going to start with.
Perfect. Linda, do
So
you want
much
to go back
fun.
to your first slide, the one about the stay collection, and just explain a little bit more about the $50 that the first 10 advisors or coaches that do sign up? What does that actually mean?
Okay, perfect. So, Stay Collection is our agent portal. I'm conscious of the time, so I've been talking really fast, so apologies. Stay Collection is our agent portal, and it's also our advisory portal. So, what we're doing for this particular giveaway is anyone that signs up to the Join Stay Collection link, which I will be posting in the chat. The first 10 that sign up, they will get $50, and that will be either in the form of Amazon vouchers or which vouchers they want of their choice. So we'll be able to list the first ones that actually join after I've posted it in the chat, and I'll share that with Sahara, and then we'll contact you just to really find out how you want the vouchers in that sense.
Okay, perfect. And they could be coaches as well, correct?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
So you
Coaches,
don't
advice.
have to be a travel advisor per se. This is an opportunity for travel coaches and or advisors to join the state collection platform, sign up for free, and you guys get $50. The first 10 people only get $50. I've heard from Linda and her partner on this. It's a great opportunity to learn more as well. So why not get $50 just by learning more as well? So great. Now, thank you, Linda, so much. Thank you, APLBC, for being a sponsor for our Women Thrive event. Oh, Susan just signed up. And so, Brittany, if you want to bring the wheel back up so we can see who's going to be the recipients of those first two hotels. So we'll start with one night at Dr. Wilkinson's in, that one was, where's the location of that one?
Napa Valley.
Napa Valley.
Yeah.
All right. So who's going to get the free night in Napa Valley?
Let's see.
And Linda, do you want to continue to drop that link for the stay collection portal for everyone? There you go. It's in the chat, guys.
Yeah.
Yay, Jessica Spari.
Jessica Spari. All right. Jess, are you here? I will jot her name down to email her.
Okay.
If she's not.
Okay.
Perfect.
We got one more?
Yep, let's do it again. And this is going to be for the 2 nights at the Asara Hotel in Cape Town.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, I'm going to go to Cape Town. It's beautiful, beautiful city.
Cape Town is incredible. It's stunning. All right. Who is getting 2 nights in Cape Town?
Elizabeth Beach.
Wow.
All righty. Are you here, Elizabeth? No worries. I will email them. And then we have 2 other locations coming up after our next round of speakers. So, Linda, thank you so much. And stay tuned to see who wins the remaining ones. All right, everyone. Like we said, the link is in the chat for the stay collection portal. It also will be sent out in our post-event email, but of course, oh, I think that's why, Linda, because you're accidentally sending it to me privately.
Oh, am I?
That's okay.
Sorry.
All right, everyone. It's in the chat.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Okay.
It's also going to be sent out, but again, it's the first 10. So I know some people have already signed up. All right, perfect. So we are going to move on to our next speaker. So we have, I'll just kind of share the schedule for the remainder of the time. We have 4 remaining speakers, and then we're going to do a lot more giveaways. We have 2 more hotel giveaways. We have a free 1-year membership in Her House. We have Gobi sleeves. And then we also are announcing the winner of a $200 voucher thanks to Pinerary. So again, it's a $200 travel voucher you can use for whatever you'd like. All right. Ready? Our next speaker is also one of our certified travel coaches. We have Rachel Verlick. Rachel is a certified travel coach and the CEO of Curious Traveler. And today, Rachel's going to be talking about between titles and truth, navigating what's next in professional and life transitions. Rachel, thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Sahara. And I joined a little bit earlier and really have been enjoying everyone's conversation and such a great community to be part of, as we all have the travel in us. Um, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's okay. I have a couple of slides. Let me bring this up. Just confirming you guys can see that? You can see
Yes.
okay? Okay. Great. Well, again, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Rachel Verlick. I am an executive coach and travel coach and facilitator. I'm based in Raleigh, North Carolina, actually just as of the last 3 weeks. But I have lived in the DC area for many years, and just moved here to be closer to family. What I want to be focused in today is really talking about travel and how travel can be really helpful as we're navigating professional and life transitions. So why I titled the presentation Between Titles and Truth is because a lot of times what I have seen in my executive coaching practice is we hold on really tightly to these titles, and sometimes the titles make it hard for us to actually access our truth. And through travel, we can access, who we are meant to be and how we want to evolve. Um, One of the reasons that I created Curious Traveler as kind of a spin-off of my primary business was, as I mentioned, I live in the Washington, D.C. area up until about 3 weeks ago. And what I saw last year was a tremendous overhaul, especially in the executive ranks, of what's next for me. My job is going away, or there's a restructuring, or they've laid me off. And people were in these really big questions about what's next in my personal life and professional life. So sometimes it doesn't have to be that big, like I'm burnt out, or I've been restructured to bring us to that question. But I want to invite you, as we talk about this a little bit, to consider this for yourself. So as we talk for the next few minutes, I want you to think about this. What dream is calling you that would break your heart to leave unexplored? What's something that you've always wanted to do? And just have that kind of in the back of your mind as we're talking through this today. So again, my intent is really just to introduce a very kind of short framework and tell little stories of how I have done this myself and how you may actually go into this for you as well. So what's that thing that would break your heart if you did not explore it? So keep that in mind. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about one of my dreams. I, again, lived in the DC area for many years. I worked for the federal government and as a contractor for 20 years. And I went through an executive coaching program, and actually my colleague and peer and a great help to me, Claudia, is on the call today. Um, and through that program and through that self-discovery, I started recognizing that these titles and the kind of going up the executive chain was not exactly what I wanted anymore. And I started really recognizing that who I was and who I was becoming was no longer really jiving with my titles and in my professional role. And so this picture is actually my last day of my federal job as I was walking out the door. It was exactly 10 years ago next week, June 3rd of 2016 is when I left my federal job. And a lot of times where we think dreams and transitions begin is not really where they start. So I decided I'm going to leave my federal job. I am going to go and start my own business. At the time, federal jobs are very secure. And people are like, you're crazy to do this. But I needed to follow my gut. I needed to follow for me what was my truth. And the reason that that was coming up was not what was happening at this desk right here. It was what happened 22 years ago. So this was me as I studied abroad in Spain in 1994. So I'm dating myself a little bit here. Um, but where we think transitions often start much earlier. And when I studied abroad in Spain, I think I'm actually in Barcelona here, although I studied in Salamanca. Um, I really understood that power of travel and the immersion of travel, and understanding that that was who I was meant to be, and that I needed to get back to that girl, and that I needed to reconcile titles and my kind of going up the executive chain, and to do so through the experience of travel, that being there in Spain hit me at a level that wasn't on my thinking brain, but more in my cellular, more in my heart, in my gut. So this idea that transitions often have longer legs in the past than what we've had, in the current. So thinking about, hey, if you are looking at a professional or a personal transition, how do we get there? How do you explore that? And so what I'm going to share with you is just a model of how I did it, not saying it's the right model or the only model, but for those of you that may be thinking through this a little bit, what are some things that you could explore as you think about how could I use travel and be in specific questions for whatever's next? So I like, again, I worked in the government for many years, so I like a good acronym. So I like the acronym called VIEW, right? So the idea that when we're in a travel status, when we're away from our home, from our kind of day to day, it's not even that we're changing so much as we're accessing a different part of us that we didn't know was there. It's helping us tap into that. So if you are faced with a period of transition, I kind of use this methodology for myself to help me get clear because that can be a messy period of what's next for me. So the first thing is values. And anyone who's ever worked with me as a client, whether as an executive coaching client or as a leadership development, knows the first thing I always do is I give people a values exercise. Values are your navigational beacon. They are what matter to you. And this is really important. During periods of transitions, those values could be morphing, which makes periods of transition be really a little bit uncomfortable at times. But the more we are able to tap into our values, the more it gives us clues of how we can navigate the transition. The next one is inquiry. What question am I in? What am I curious about? How can I be in a travel mode and stay really present with that question and allow the experience of travel to bring forth to me the answers that may be within me? The second one is explore or experiment. How can I explore new possibilities? How can I try on little behaviors and little bets to see what's next for me and to see how that feels? And then finally, wonder. So with all of this, what's next? Right? What is next for me? And I say all that and kind of summarizing it to say, this is how I have utilized travel in this framework for big decisions. I was at the Outer Banks of North Carolina when I decided to leave my federal job. And getting out of that day-to-day routine helped me to really tie into what matters, what values really matter to me, what questions am I asking? More importantly, what questions am I not asking of myself? What am I afraid to look at? If I'm thinking about my title or my professional career, what's really important to me about that? What possibilities am I willing to discover and what opens up when I do? And so as we think about travel and how we utilize this, I want to share another very big life experience that I was able to use this same approach. So in 2019, I lost a friend of mine from home, kind of unexpectedly. I had not talked to him in many years, but it had a major impact on me. And I had listened to a lot of Elton John songs with him, and so I kind of went down this Elton John rabbit hole and wanted to see Elton John. And so I decided I was going to go see Elton John in London. So I booked the tickets for Elton John for 2020, and I booked those tickets in January of 2020. So we, of course, know what happened in 2020. Within a month or two, of course, the world shut down. But I felt so strongly, of course, that the Elton John concert was canceled or rescheduled, but I was like, I've got to get to London. Like, I got to get to London. I don't know what's in London for me, but this feels really strong. Like, it's not just like I want to see London. Like, I got to get to London. Um, so finally, 2021, I made it to London. But I will tell you, before I went to London, I started to realize, going back to what dream would break your heart if it was left unexplored, I realized I wanted to be a mom. I did not have a partner. and recognized this was really important to me. This dream would break my heart a little bit if I didn't explore it. And I was really grappling with this decision. And I used the view model of the view framework to go when I went to London to say, like, what values really matter to me? What big question am I in? What am I curious about? How can I explore or experiment with how this feels and what's possible? And so these pictures here at the Savoy on the Strand, as I was crossing Covent Garden, there was a lady that had a pram that was gray. I still remember it, and had a baby in it. And I recognized that is the future that I want to have, and I'm going to follow that dream. And it's going to be hard and scary and all the things. But I really do believe strongly in what has brought me to Curious Traveler and to this field is that travel really helped me tap into that. I needed to feel it in a new environment. I needed to tap into that capability and that confidence. It was a hard journey, but in 2024, this is my little guy. And I was at the hospital for his birth. So I say this to say that framework has really helped me to really catalyze on my two big dreams of starting my own business and starting my family. And so with that and that model, I would say, thinking about this, change your view, lean into courage, and trust the process. It's messy. When you're trying to navigate between professional and personal truth, the world's going to be really noisy. It's kind of go real inward and figure this out for yourself and do it in an environment that's different for you. And coming back to this, what dream is calling you that would break your heart to leave unexplored? And so with that, please stay in touch with me. The next slide has my information. I'm still building out Curious Traveler, and would just love to hear from you all. And if anything resonates with you, I'll also, open it up for some questions. I see there's some stuff in the chat too, but would really open up for any questions or comments or thoughts. But Sahara, I'll turn it back over to you.
Wonderful, Rachel. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a part of the Travel Coach Network. Thanks for being one of our incredible speakers this year. Always, your story is always so empowering and inspiring, and I just love the work that you're doing and how you are creating the life that you desire. So it's super inspirational. Thank you. Next up, we have our next speaker, Tess Milholland. Tess is the founder of Her House, and today she's going to be talking about from audience to community, the future of travel brands. So Tess, thanks for joining us today as a speaker.
Awesome. Thanks you so much for having me, Sahara. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Here? Perfect. Awesome. Well, yes, my name is Tess Milholland. I am talking about audience to community and the future of travel brands and why community is so important in this day and age. So really quick, just who am I? My name is Tess Milholland. I am a wife and a mother. I actually have one on the way. I'm 6 months pregnant during this recording right now. I'm an author, a podcast host, and then also the founder and CEO of Her House, which is a community of background checked solo women travelers who host each other for free so that we have safe, affordable places to stay and a supportive network of women all over the world. So obviously, I'm personally obsessed with the concept of building community. I think it's super, super valuable, and it's a really important thing that we should all be focused on in this day and age. Okay. So the shifting landscape. So traditional audience building strategies are losing their effectiveness for the travel industry, with social media just being infiltrated with, picture perfect influencers and travel content like AI. AI is like changing everything, right? So I think that community and having real relationships and real connections with people are continually becoming really valuable and really effective, and a really important part of business. Travel brands that not only like have a good offering, but then also build communities, whether community is your total offering like mine's purely based around community, but a lot of other offerings like our coaches, kind of similar to like travel coaches, like a lot of you guys, but they also have products and they build communities around them, and it makes them super, super sticky. And I'm going to be talking about that more here in a second. So I have some good news and bad news when it comes to building communities. So I'll start with the bad news. The bad news is is it's really hard to create. It's wicked hard. It can take years and can take a really long time. Sometimes it's a slow burn. Some communities just explode and they pop off. But I'm not going to say that's like a normal thing that happens. Like normally it takes a long time to build communities. And it takes an entrepreneur that has a lot of endurance to grow these communities and to keep them alive. But the good news is that it's even harder to duplicate because maybe you have a product that can be easily knocked off by like a third party company or something like that, or something else comes up in the market that people like are the next shiny object and stuff. But if you have a community of people who are really invested in the work, then it's really hard. It's really, really hard to duplicate that. So that's one good thing about it. And then another thing is that it becomes an enduring business asset for you. So even if you wanted to offer a membership on the side of your coaching or something like that, it can give you reoccurring revenue monthly or yearly for the business. Once your membership or once you have a community at a certain size, you can get sponsorship opportunities, which I know Sahara and I talk about that all the time, which is really, really awesome. And it also creates stickiness inside of your business. And I'm going to talk about that more here in a second. So why community matters, like why you should consider adding it to your travel business. So number one is ownership. So do not leave your ownership of your audience to big social media companies like Meta, because anything can happen to these companies. You never know what's going to happen to that. Like if anything, just at least start getting people onto an email list so that you're able to own that. But if you have a community, that's what's really, really valuable for you. So ownership is one thing. Retention, acquiring new customers can cost 5 to 7 times more than retaining an existing one. But what's cool about it is that you attract people for like your coaching or your product or whatever you have, but they really stay and it becomes really sticky because of the relationships that they build inside of the community. The third is trust. So 92% of consumers trust recommendations from people over brands. So like Her House has grown pretty much purely organically ever since I started it. So it's been really, really cool to see like new members come in. It's like, oh, how did you find out about Her House? And it's a lot of like word of mouth. They share with their friends and stuff. It's a really wonderful thing to have. A lot of organic growth when you have members really excited to be in community together. And then community also is giving you belonging. So the U.S. Surgeon General declared loneliness as a public health epidemic. Like it's funny because we have all of these great social media tools, but it's not actually bringing us together. We continually feel isolated and siloed. So having a community is really, really powerful for that. And I think that businesses with community included will continue to stand out in the market. One that really comes to mind is Peloton. You might be really familiar with Peloton. They have great, fitness equipment and stuff like that, but there's like a bazillion fitness equipment companies, right? But what does Peloton do? They have a community. So it's not just getting on and doing your run or doing your bike ride by yourself. You're actually coming into the community and doing it together. And that's one of the things that has made Peloton just such a player in the market, in the fitness market specifically. So definitely, consider looking at a community, not just an audience. Here are a few quick things that you should consider, or like some quick action items to think about while you're building a community. So the first is to focus on a transition. So people who are in some kind of transition are going to be the most excited and the most apt to joining some kind of community. So for those of you who are, depending on like what your niche is with like travel coaching and stuff like that, moms traveling after divorce. Traveling and solo traveling, what I found is that it's a great season of transition for women. Maybe they're divorced, widowed, empty nesters. I solo traveled after I graduated from college. These wonderful transition seasons is a beautiful time to bring someone into a community, especially with your coaching. So your coaching can be an attraction, but then the community can be like a sticky point to keep your ladies or your clients all together. Another tip I recommend is get them connecting immediately. So one of the strongest predictors of member retention is the ability for them to make a connection with another member ASAP. So I've actually included that inside of Her House, that we actually have a welcome committee. So I have a few ladies who are like super active inside of the community who will send out welcome messages to like brand new people, so that they have a friend, they have someone that they can connect with right away. So definitely I would implement something like that if you're wanting to build a community. And building spaces where members can support each other. So this is also really important. So you move from you talking out at your community to them talking to each other. And what happens with that, it creates just like a flywheel that as it grows, it continues to give you freedom, because it's not like you're needed every single day and night. They're kind of like supporting each other within the community. So I would definitely recommend those 3 things, action items, as you're building a community. So yeah, I want to thank you for having me, Sahara. If you did want to think about joining Her House at all, I think we're going to be talking a little bit more about that. We're doing a giveaway here in about 30 minutes. So I'll probably jump into more like what's part of Her House here in a bit.
Yes, Tess, thank you so much on that. Community is everything. I was recently, or a couple months back, I was in Austin, not far from you, when I got to meet you, for Inc. Founders House in-person event. And there was big names on stages like the sharks from Shark Tank, a lot of huge entrepreneurs like the co-founder of Eventbrite and all of that. And one of the common themes that I kept hearing was the importance of community in business, how important that is. And so when I wanted to bring someone on to talk about community, Tess was the first to come to mind because of the beautiful platform she's created and continues to create with Her House. So she's going to be sharing more about Her House in a couple minutes now here as she gives, we do have a giveaway for it. But we are going to go into our 2 final speakers here. Hello, everyone who's joining us, logging on. Drop in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. If anyone's going to be in San Diego next week, Thursday, do reach out. Let me know. I'm holding an in-person TCN meetup there as well. All right. So we have our next speaker, which is Dr. Susie Ross. Susie is a professor, an author, consultant, and a social scientist who's focused on human transformation. We know the topic of transformative travel and transformation, and we did a giveaway of the transformation economy by Joe Pine, is a huge topic. So I wanted to bring her in to talk about the integration gap and why post-travel blues could be a sign of transformation. So Dr. Susie Ross, thank you so much for joining us today as a speaker.
Hi, good morning, Sahara. I guess it's afternoon or evening your time.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, I guess it's afternoon. So welcome everyone here. I'll share screen with you all. How's that looking?
Perfect.
All right, fabulous. Okay, so I want to go back here. Okay, so first of all, just so grateful to be here with everyone today, and especially to you, to Sahara, for creating this amazing event, and just feeling really grateful for all the speakers that we've had. And I'm going to be sharing with you my life work. And specifically, that's about integration and why post-travel blues are a sign of transformation. So first, just a little bit about me, just like some of the other folks that came before me. So you know a little bit about my context. As Sahara mentioned, I'm a professor of recreation therapy, actually, and also taught ecotourism for about 12 years. And that was like before regenerative tourism and all those kinds of things. And then in my recent years, after writing a book and doing lots of research on transformation, as I've founded my company Integrate, and I'll share with you a little bit more about that. And why am I really doing this? I'm doing this because, like many people here, I had a life-changing experience. Actually, it started, my first big one was in 1992 when I was leading backpacking trips in Colorado and had a major experience that touched me forever. Unbeknownst to me, it was a very positive experience in the mountains. And that inspired me to lead transformative travel with my students and study abroad. And I designed transformative travel before there were words like that in 2005 because I knew that it was possible to go out and have an experience that touches you so deeply, and then you come home and wonder, who am I anyways? And so I wanted to do that for my students. So I led that in Costa Rica as well as Peru. I have this deep affinity with the Inca. And I'd love for you to think about your transformative travel experience. What travel experience touched you deeply? Just bring that into your heart. Just remembering that place, the smells, the people, the foods, the nature. What was it that was so beautiful for you, that touched you so much? So, with this memory in your body, with this memory in your heart, I just want to invite you to your memories about when you came home. What happened when you came home? And what happened when you came home is the subject of what I want to talk about today. It's what I've been studying for about 25 years now, both internally for myself, but also as a scientist. So a lot of times we might think about that hero's journey, the Joseph Campbell. And according to Joseph Campbell, the hero's journey, which many of you are aware, thank goodness for Joseph Campbell, because he helped us to know that journey outwards, the journey to transformation, the journey out into the great unknown. And according to that, when we come home, we're the hero. We've figured it out. We've slayed the dragon. We've met all these incredible things. And now here we are, home, the hero. But I don't know about you, but when I came home, I felt like a hero maybe for a nanosecond, maybe. But actually, my story was quite different. That I proposed to you, and I'm guessing that I'm not preaching to the choir here, that's just the beginning. And that you might, as a travel coach, might hear, when you come home, I don't really fit into my old life anymore, or nobody understands me, or I just want to go back to where I had this incredible experience. Something changed in me. I feel emotional and I don't know why. So if you're hearing these types of things, or in yourself, in others, these are the hallmark signs of transformation happening. So about 20 years ago, I set off to create to go do my doctoral research. And what I wanted to do was to understand scientifically, how do you integrate the life-changing experience? How do you actually do that? And is it even possible? Because our team of researchers had to entertain the possibility that maybe it's not possible to integrate if you've had a really powerful experience. And so we embarked in a 13-month analysis, group analysis of the phenomena of integrating. And I'm going to share with you the results of this study. So before I do that, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the industry mistake. That post-travel instability is often misread as these types of things. When we come home, we might be feeling dissatisfied with our life. We might even feeling a lack of gratitude for life, for the way that our country works, for the way that your life is set up. You might feel indecisive. Should I stay in this job where I don't feel good about who I am and who I'm becoming? You might find that you feel really emotional, perhaps sad or listless, or there might be chaos going on, or life falling apart, or perhaps we just say we're having some bad luck. But again, I'm hoping that we can start reframing and seeing these as actually signs of transformation and more precisely, integration. So, what we can learn from the research of the last 20, actually, it's the last about 50 or 60 years, is the science is really clear that a powerful experience doesn't mean lasting transformation. And I would say lasting transformation because transformation is, of course, permanent. You know, a butterfly is a butterfly, and that's what we're going for. So how does the butterfly actually become the butterfly is through that integration, the stabilization in real life. Because we want the left-hand picture to, when it comes home, when the person comes home, we want to actually become the person we touched into when we were traveling. So integration is what makes transformation durable. So how the heck does this happen? So you have the experience, and then you have this, what we'll just say right now, a gap. And then there is the possibility of this lasting transformation. The person has become the butterfly. And so this space between is where the embodiment happens. Because we know that the peak experience fades and that integration transformation lasts. Okay, so it's that long term, and I'm kind of repeating myself here. And so let's get into the science. So what happened, it culminated in 2008, was that we found that indeed it is possible for integration to happen, that you can integrate the life-changing experience. We also discovered that the integration process is integrally connected to the transformative process. So that upper half of what I call the figure 8, the upper half that you see there, that is where you find yourself somewhere during the transformative journey, during the travel. You have an encounter that touches you deeply, or maybe it's a series of experiences that touch you and helps awaken in you a self that you have been yearning for. And then at the center of that figure 8 is when you come home. And that begins the integration journey. That is the place and the journey by which you become the self that you touched into, that you were touched by during your travel, during your transformative journey. So I'd like to take you into a little bit more of the details of what we're talking about here. So these are the details of the 13 phases of transformation. That we have that upper half, which is key, that catalytic experience while abroad, and then coming home, those 9 experiences, the lower half of transformation. That is what we go through. That we experience to become the self we've always known that we actually are. So you can see here, and especially in the lower half of the figure eight, that it's not necessarily pretty. You know, when we come home, we actually, it's kind of sad. I want to go back. I want a different life. I'm not really in alignment with who I know I am. My life's not in alignment. And that causes disorientation. Like, how do I even change my life? And that eventually causes dismemberment. And that's kind of a scary word, but that's kind of how it feels. It's where we find ourselves going through a darker time. And why? Because we're letting go of the outdated self. And then when we let go of the outdated self, we enter into a time of healing and emergence, and then eventually integration. And I just want to note that this is a natural process. We all are going through this quite unconsciously, most of us, because how would you know this is happening? Because this isn't necessarily out there, but that's why I'm doing this work. I'm doing this work because I want to be able to help and guide people through the process of integration so that we can make it to the butterfly part. Okay, so why does this matter for you? When the client understands their transformation, they can begin trusting not only themselves and their daily experience, but they can trust you. You will find that your retention starts to rise because they are starting to get these deeper, more difficult parts of their experience validated. That will, of course, then turn into more referrals. That will, of course, deepen what's meaningfully happening because you can give language to what they're experiencing. And then validating, you're not broken. There's nothing wrong. You're actually just transforming. Let me show you the science. So what actually supports integration is, of course, you're no surprise to you because you know this. Reflection, slower processing, the emotional regulation skill set, meaningful conversation and sharing, embodied action, a supportive community, as was just talked about so beautifully in the speaker that was just before me. And that what we're going for is actually less stimulation and more support to process what's real. So here's the reframe. Our goal is not simply to help clients remember what happened. A lot of times in post-experience processing, it's about, oh, recall an experience that was really special and make a goal to make your new life. Okay? But goal setting is linear and logical. Transformation is not linear and logical. It's actually quantum. It's nonlinear. And so knowing the nonlinear process is what I would like to share with you with my work. Okay. So I don't really want to talk about the left screen because I feel like I already said it. So I spent 10 years writing this book. After I finished my research, I knew that I studied about 15 different disciplines, studying transformation from physics to biology to nursing to every kind of psychology, anthropology, mythology, etc. And I knew that there was no knowledge that had like what had come out of my dissertation. And so I felt my first job ethically was to share this information in language that anyone without, you don't need an advanced degree to understand transformation. So I wrote this book and it's all about stories of transformation, specifically two people, leading you through, as the reader, all 13 phases of transformation through their words, through their stories, verbatim. And then I explain what are they talking about here in their story. Okay, so if any of this interests you, I have some offerings, of course, because this is my life purpose. This isn't a job for me. You know, I'm really excited to be retiring from my professor job so that I can dedicate myself fully to my life work, which is helping guides to design and lead transformation and integration. So I'll be doing transformation skills training. Of course, I can do free consults. I have a quiz that helps you to identify what phase of transformation you're in. That's on my website. That's a validated instrument. If you want a discount code on that, just email me and I'll give you a discount code for the quiz. It's only 23 questions, so it doesn't take a long time. I also have an interactive tour on my website, so you can click on the different parts of the figure eight, and I have little videos that help you through an immersive journey, get to know each one of the 13 phases. If you really get into it, I'll be taking applications for an immersion retreat. And then if you really get excited through the retreat and any of those offerings, then of course the culmination is, integrate certification. But I don't want it to be just any certification where you kind of check the box and you kind of like listen in. It's going to be very competency based and practice based and immersion based so that when you walk away, you know it inside of you and that you feel ready, that you know how to lead and design transformation and integration because this is, my job is to be true to the integrity of the research and the evidence so that you walk away feeling super grounded in that. So anyways, I really hope that you consider even just talking to me because I just love talking about this and being a part of this community. And so don't feel shy about reaching out and just saying, hey, do you want to chat? So there we have it. And I hope this was helpful for you. And thanks again for Sahara for inviting me.
Thank you, Susie, so much for joining us today and sharing your wisdom and your knowledge. I know that was a short window to squeeze a lot of that in, but your resources and your insight is invaluable. So thank you so much for sharing that. We're excited to see where you take Integrate in the future. We do have one final speaker for today's event, which I'm so excited for. Then we do have a handful of giveaways, including hotel nights and Her House membership, and a couple books and so forth, and Gobi sleeves. And then for those who want to stick around at the very end, we'll do a couple quick networking rounds, going into breakout rooms for you guys can connect closer with each other in smaller groups for those who do want to stick around for that. All right. We're ready for our final speaker of today. We do have Dolores. Dolores Seminaro. She is a tourism keynote speaker, a corporate trainer, and she's also the host of the Truth Behind Travel podcast. And today, Dolores is going to be talking about sustainable tourism, whether it's a mindset, a tool, or a process. Dolores, thanks so much for joining us. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Sahara, for creating this wonderful space today for everyone to contribute and to learn and share. I would like to share a little bit about the journey I'm on. And before I do that, I'll go ahead and share the screen. Here we go. I hope everybody sees it all right.
Yes.
Perfect. So we've heard a lot of the speakers today working in the travel space. And today I want to create a sort of like a question mark on the so-called sustainable tourism, and really question whether it's a mindset, a process, or a tool. Before we do that, obviously, we've been hearing from so many of us here in the group today a little bit about me. I'm normally a keynote speaker, working with Tourism Bureau and tourism associations in Europe and the Middle East mostly. So you'll find me keynoting on stage, talking about sustainability practices and innovation and resilience, or podcasting on Truth Behind Travel podcast. But these days, you will most likely find me in none of these places apart from the podcast, because I'm actually on a Pan-American journey with my husband and my dog Pepper. We're currently driving across America, and we will expected to reach Argentina by probably summer next year. So if I'm not podcasting and I'm not on stage, I'm probably in the van like I am right now, connecting with you from the desert of New Mexico along Route 66. So if you want to know more about what's going on in my life these days and how I document this journey, I'm on Instagram, on LinkedIn, of course. Choose the social media that most resonates with you. You'll find me there. We start with mindset. Tourism has a lot of that, and the good, the bad, and the ugly. And when we talk about responsible tourism and sustainable tourism, I think we need to take some time to define the mindset of the travelers that value sustainable tourism and the destinations that welcome these travelers. Mindset is a product of habits. For me, it makes what I like. My mindset on things is the way I construct my reflections, the way I envision something, the way I absorb it, I perceive it. It's made by the habits that I myself cultivate every day. To me, a mindset is a product of habits. And for our destination visitors, so the travelers, your client, especially for the travel coaches, if we work on the habits, we can then work on the mindset to really uphold sustainable tourism. I'm sharing with you 2 photos that I've taken on my trip. Like a couple of weeks ago, I was in Alabama on the beaches of Dolphin Island, and I was amazed to see a simple thing, buckets at the entrance of the beach, and inviting people, basically, if you are spending the day at the beach and you see trash lying around, pick it up, put it here. Here's the bucket for you. Just feel free to leave the buckets at the entrance of the beach area. A simple gesture from the destination that builds a habit, that then builds a mindset. Because someone very important to me few years ago told me, once you see that piece of trash, even if you didn't put it there, it's yours. It is your trash once you've seen it. You cannot unsee it. So when I saw these buckets, it kind of came to me, that makes so much sense. You build the habits, same as I'm a pet owner and a dog mama. So when I see this little pet waste set with the bag and the bin, and it's perfect. And it really shows that if you really want to build the mindset of picking up after your pet, respecting the environment, then you need to create a framework that supports the creation of the habit. This is a system that works together. So when we talk about mindset in sustainable tourism in destinations, that's mostly my kind of territory, that the teams that I work with, destination management companies, we often see that a destination has a sustainability policy, which is already obsolete by the time you are implementing it, because people are changing, the mentalities of the people are changing, the generations pattern, the behavior that they have is changing. So if destinations have put up, or even a company put up a sustainability policy for their company and their business, and it's there since maybe, I don't know, 2-3 years, it's probably already obsolete. So it's not about creating policies. It's about, because anyway, policies can not even be implemented if we don't create the framework around it. So destinations and travel companies are better off anticipating demand of travelers, understanding that it's not just about promoting what they have at the destination or what they offer as travel products, experiences, itineraries. We in the tourism industry love definitions, right? We love words, big words, especially when they are creating buzz or they are trendy. What we really need to do is to understand who is coming to us, who is traveling to my destination, what kind of people am I welcoming in my country, in my states, in my county, in my state park. And then we need to guide their behavior. Put in their buckets was the exact example of that. You cannot ask people to act upon a principle of sustainability and responsible travel if you don't give them the tools to do it. Just support, guide them, facilitate their participation. When I was traveling across the southern state of the US this past month, I've noticed this. They do this beautifully. They facilitate participation by really implementing even a simple thing like a signage in every state park, even downtown in the historic districts. For example, I was in Santa Fe a couple of days ago. Help us keep Santa Fe beautiful. Here, help us facilitate the participation of visitors into the destination to really uphold that value. And it's not just about the environment protection, but one thing that is very dear to me and in the work that I do, we call it community tourism. We can define it as the best, as it most resonates with us. But in the end, it's about people. And the cultural assets of a destination are coming from the talents of people. I was just in New Orleans and I was overwhelmed by the destination circus that place is. It's an incredible place. It's an incredible city with a lot of talents and culture and history. And all that is done is a characterization and a commercialization of some of the aspects of their cultural in a native talent, so to speak. So the mindset of a sustainable tourism destination is about protecting that intangible heritage and the cultural identity of people, not just to protect them, say, okay, we protect you, you're here, you're like, for example, you're a local talent, we're going to protect the entity of it. When it's too abstract, sustainable tourism doesn't work. So we need to sustain their day-to-day life and existence per se, because at the end of the day, what I saw with my own eyes in New Orleans were like probably very talented artists and musicians playing, the little jingles that tourists like to dance, when instead they could be much more talented in playing something else and creating more art and more music. It just costs more, and they probably get a better money and better pay if they do the commercial thing. So destination, cultural asset, creation of a mindset is about sustaining that talent to bring it forward. One of the things that I think today, when we look at the sustainable tourism approach, I know this is a bit of out of the scheme kind of little speech, in a way, kind of presentation. My keynotes for destinations tourism boards are more academic, so to speak. Today I'm more casual because I can feel how the community here on the event is really transparent. So I thought might as well be transparent as well. Like here's my hair out of the van, so it couldn't be more natural than that. And I wanted to bring the attention to the process of sustainable tourism, because what really matters today is it's not the fact that we want to become sustainable. In fact, the goal is not to be sustainable. The goal is to create a process that allows destinations and business alike in the tourism and travel industry to really work their way through their sustainability existence, so to speak. I've taken these 2 photos myself out of, I don't know, a supermarket in a Walmart where they're selling 10 different kinds of plastic straw. Yay, because we need that. Or, for example, the packaging that you see on the other side. I've been seeing, for example, kids' day out, garden parties, where the bins were absolutely full of unrecyclable packaging. And this one-time use packaging really killed completely the vibe of that beautiful outdoorsy day. Or I was in a farmer market the other day, and everybody was shopping happily and looked so happy in the farmer market with their recycled bag, the cotton bag where they put their veggies. And at the entrance of the farmer market, there were 2 bins jam-packed with one-time use coffee cups and packaging and bags of people that had had their breakfast and just throw it happily. And so this is when we are goal oriented. We think we need to be sustainable in tourism. Yes, we do. But do we build a process? And I believe across the work that I've done in the last few years, that these are the 4 elements where sustainability process really can be shaped according to the peculiarities and the characteristics of every destination. We need to help travelers reduce negative impact. We need to enable them to have a more respectful approach to local cultures. We need to create and sustain an inclusive system where there's a shot for everyone. And most importantly, I mean, as important as any of these 4 really, is what I noticed today, long gone user-generated content free use. I come from a digital marketing background in hospitality, and back then I was the first basically preaching the goodness of using user-generated content on digital media, because your travelers were doing it for you. You know, might as well save some budget and use what people are doing. Well, guess what? Social media has got a little bit out of hands of everyone and in every industry. So user-generated content does not necessarily mean that the narrative of the destination is fully respected. So I would always uphold destination narrative based on real storytelling. When we look at an approach that is process-oriented, we need to come out of those typical presentations where we have the 4 bullet points of a sustainable destination and sustainable tourism strategy, because every destination is different. I've taken this photo on the Oklahoma Wichita Wildlife Refuge, where I saw the bison for the first time in my life. And these guys, these big guys, were almost extinct because the goal was to hunt, to support families, communities, food, and so on. And then they had nearly disappeared until someone in Oklahoma decided to buy about a dozen of them, bring them back, create the refuge, create the environment, see what works, what doesn't. And now there are more than 1,200 of them in this refuge. They created a process to protect them, not just bring them 2 of them and put them on a show for the tourists to see. So monitor the local dynamics more than ever. Every destination is different. Adopt and review the systems you put in place, because once you have a strategy and you're implementing it, some things may not work or may not fit. So it's always important to change with it, to evolve and involve the locals, the communities, the travelers, of course. So it's a double side sort of approach. And the process will lead to eventually an adoption of sustainable tourism mindset and process that really will bring long-lasting positive impact to the destination. And lastly, I don't know if I'm still okay. I know I can. 1 minute, Sahara, 1 minute only, and I finish this one. It's the tool, which again, I want to take it from a different point of view. Yes, we're all afraid of greenwashing when we talk about our sustainable tourism practices. But I want to put the ball in someone else's court, not on the tourism destination and businesses, but on the travelers themselves, because they are also greenwashing it big time. When we look at the kind of travelers that we look at the statistics, who books, where they go, big numbers, destinations, and so on. Ultimately, we're talking about people who are deciding very precisely on what matters to them. So you have the sustainability passive people who rarely verify. You say you're sustainable, okay, I'm coming, but ultimately I like a good deal. Then you have the sustainability aware and selective travelers, the ones that really go and check. And then you have those that, whether it's sustainable or not, they're just price driven, and the sustainability has very little influence on them. The truth is, no one is innocent and no one is a novice anymore in sustainable tourism, because we can't say we don't know what to do. We can't say knowledge is there for everyone to use and to access. We can't say I didn't know, because even if you don't want to know, the digital sphere prompts it to you at all times. So in the end, I think this little presentation that I gave here, it was really thought-provoking. It was a food for thoughts, and something that will probably, hopefully, create a further conversation. So if ever would be possible, I don't know, we have quite a few people online. This is the pledge. I'm going to put it later in the comments. I would like everyone to stand up, put their hands on their heart, and pledge it with me that for the sustainability pledge, it's to foster an open network of equal exchange amongst the stakeholders, to provide infrastructure for a year-round system, and to reinvest tourism-generated wealth, and ultimately to align not just what you do, but what your suppliers do along the way. I was super fast. I thought I even went out of time anyway. Sorry, I was the last speaker. Thank you so much. Please connect with me. I'm on this journey, so you'll probably see me hopping around Central America and South America. If you are there, connect with me because I come and visit you. So I'll bring the van into your yard if you let me. And thank you so much. Thank you, Sahara.
Dolores, thank you so much. Go ahead and drop in the chat your Instagram so everyone can follow you. And also the link to your beautiful podcast as well. So Dolores, thank you so much for closing it out as our final speaker of the 2026 Women Thrive Through Travel virtual event. All of our speakers today, you guys did an absolutely incredible job. Your stories are inspiring. Your insight is super motivational. So thank you all so much. What we are going to do now is we do have quite a few giveaways to do. I'm going to go ahead and do this. For those who have been sticking around with us to this very end, like kudos to you and thank you so much for being here. I know it's here in the States Memorial Day weekend, and it's a beautiful weather. I keep like looking out my window at that sunshine, so I'm waiting for my little boy to come home so I can go outside with him. But I did drop in the chat as well a reminder of our spring sale. There's only 1 week left of our spring sale for our travel coach certification program, you guys. The next 10 people who do join will get our brand new certified travel coach course, also ICF accredited 10 CCE hours designed specifically for travel advisors for free. And we're waiving a lifetime of annual fees for those who join during our spring sale. So that link is in the chat for you guys. Reach out if you have questions about any of that. Before we go into our final raffles here, I do want to give a big shout out again to our swag bag sponsors. So we do have Anna Carini Seaford, the founder of ELO Hotels, is offering a guide to choosing a hotel that meets you where you are. So important, especially after what we just heard from Dolores. Rita Perez, the host of the Strategic Travel Entrepreneur podcast, is offering a summer camp at sea for content and marketing retreat for travel professionals. Super cool. Lisa Pittman, the travel doctor, is bringing something you won't find in any carry-on. It's a mindset packing list. She's one of our travel coaches. Tomer Arwes, who is one of the co-founders of Wanted Coach, helps rising coaches create offers impossible to ignore, become the obvious choice for their niche, and open the client tap through their how to sign coaching clients in 2026 without gaining a single additional follower. So again, not worrying about that number, but instead the value that you provide. And last but not least, Becky Livingston, another TCN member. She's the founder of Vital Journeys at Any Age and is offering a ready to travel again reset guide. All of those will be provided in our virtual swag bag, which will be sent out with our post-event email. Anna, I do see you here, so feel free to drop any links that you want in the chat there, founder of ELO Hotels. All right, you guys, are we ready? We're going to do some great giveaways. And for those who want to stick out to the very, very end here, in about 5 minutes, we're going to just do some small breakout rooms, talk about your purpose for travel and why you travel, and just to connect and meet one another. All right, so first I'm going to have Tess here. First we'll do Tess to share. I guess you don't have to share your screen. We'll keep the wheel there, but Tess, founder of Her House, do you want to share what you have for us today?
Yeah, definitely. So, for those of you who might have heard me earlier, so what Her House is, it's a community of background checked solo women travelers who host each other for free all over the world so that we have, safe, affordable places to stay and then, a supportive network of women all around the world. We've had amazing women come in from the TCN, like like totally top tier notch women coming into her house. So loving the community. And it's pretty cool because we host each other for free, but then you can also home sit and home swap with each other within our community as well. So, and it's a great way to be able to connect with women, develop these friendships, and then have women to connect with before you even get to the new country, the new place. I actually just got back from Hawaii. We have a little growing network of women on Oahu, so it was a really fun time. So, what we're giving away right now is a free year membership inside of her house. So, so good luck to whoever is going to get that.
Perfect. Brittany, did you want to bring the wheel up?
All right, so 500 registrants. We'll see what we have. We can get some little drum rolls going, or you can put a drum emoji, or you can just drum roll in your head.
All right, who is the winner of a year membership in her house?
Beverly,
one of our program members. Beverly,
Awesome.
are you here with us right now? Not, that's okay. I'm making notes and I will email all of our winners today. All right. Thank you so much, Tess. You guys definitely check out her house. It is an incredible platform. It is something I wish that I had when I was solo backpacking around the world in my 20s and 30s. A great way to connect with each other, and that added level of safety and that peace of mind is so crucial. So thank you so much, Tess. Now we have one of our other partners. We have our sponsors today and partner of the TCN, Barbara Booth. Barbara is a co-founder of Gobi Sleeves. These are super cool. If you guys are a part of the TCN community and or have been to any of our meetups or you're part of our programs, I send goodies. I give goodies at meetups. I mail you guys goodies. Gobi Sleeves have been one of those things that I put into those goodie bags for you guys. So Barbara, do you mind sharing a little bit about Gobi? You can go ahead and share your screen if you need to. Then you're on mute.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me today. Yes, I'd love to tell you a little bit about Gobi. Gobi, I'm the founder of Gobi, and Gobi are travel essentials, and one of our signature products is our Gobi airplane tray covers. So I wanted to just show you a little bit about what these are. Okay. And also, so Gobi airplane tray covers, I created these because I realized, when I travel, that it can be a little bit uncomfortable. And, sometimes it's nice to be able to bring a little bit of slice of home right into your airplane and into your space. And, I did a lot of research on airplane tray covers, airplane trays, and realized that there's a lot of germs that come along with the airplane trays. I'm sure you all know. So I wanted to just sort of create something that was lightweight, easy to carry, something that would brighten up your journey. And I came out with about 20 different designs of airplane tray covers, and it's really, really taken off. And so I wanted to give away a premium travel set, to 2 lucky winners today. This is our Harvest Floral. It comes in a solid and as Harvest Floral, as you can see. So 2 come in a pack, and our case is patented and clips onto any tote, or you can just put it right into your backpack or your purse. It's antimicrobial, and following Dolores's wonderful talk, it was perfect because I'm all about sustainability. And instead of using all those wipes, I wanted to create something that people could use again and again. It just throws right into the washing machine. So this is one of the our biggest sellers is our Harvest Floral. So do you want to choose a winner? I also want to talk about the custom sleeves too as well.
Yeah, why don't you talk about the custom sleeves, and then we'll just do 2 winners in a row.
Okay, great. So the custom sleeves. So what's really been amazing is that while our designs are consumer, it's D to C, we have really done so well with our custom sleeves. And this is really great because it's a unique gift that travelers can use again and again. The branding goes right on to the covers. We can do your brand colors, and I have special pricing for anyone who emails hello@go-bsleeves.com. So you see at the bottom, anyone who hyphens that, who emails that address and then mentions WTTT 2026 will receive 10% off your custom order and free shipping. You only have to order 25 units is the minimum. And we can design your pattern any way you'd like, your branding. And we have two different pricing, one with the craft band, and your custom logo will go on that. We can put anything you like. And the other one is the signature pouch set, which is a reusable pouch, and it's perfect. It's a perfect storage case. They can slip headphones into it. So either one, it's very reasonably priced. It's been great with travel advisors, with conference attendees, employee gifting. So this has been a really big part of our business. It's really gone more B2B than it has for just the customers. This has been really been a great thing. So either way, but today we're doing this giveaway. So feel free, Sahara, to see who will win.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Barbara. So, Brittany, if you want to bring the wheel back up for us.
Yep, I just sent a request.
Okay. Oh, okay. Perfect. We will pull up here. And so, Barbara, if you just want to reiterate, what is winner one winning?
Yes, so winner one will be, both winners will receive the same thing, a premium travel set, which has two reusable sleeves in there, one solid, one harvest floral, in the Gobi case.
All right. So let's see who's our first winner. Thank you, Sarah, for the drum emojis. You can get those back again. It just makes it fun.
Perfect.
And our first winner is
Yvonne. Oh, that's awesome. I'm going to be seeing her next week in San Diego at our TCN meetup, and it's her birthday. So that early birthday present for Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Yvonne. All right, next winner.
Winner two is
Rachel.
Rachel.
Furlick.
One of our speakers. Congrats, Rachel. I don't know if she's here anymore. Awesome. Well, Barbara, thank you so much. We'll be including this information about the Gobi sleeves and the discount code and everything in our post-event email and swag bag as well. So do stay tuned for that and reach out to Barbara. Barbara, if you want to drop any links in the chat, feel free to do that. Oh, okay.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda, bring you back on. Linda from APLBC. We do have a few more hotel night giveaways if you want to share what we have for our lucky winners.
Perfect. Excellent. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Okay. So our two that we have left is we've got one night at Field and Stream, which is at one of our properties, and this is ideal again for a retreat. This is actually located in Montana. And this is one night stay. Again, if you decide to do a retreat there, they'll give you some added values like discounts of food and beverage. And then the second one is Night Sky, which is our properties, which has recently just opened. They are also based in San Lucia. And this again is an amazing property. It's really, I mean, I again haven't had the opportunity, but we did a retreat there recently and we got overwhelming feedback. So these are the two prizes that I have.
Perfect. All right. Well, Brittany, if you want to bring that wheel back up, we will do the first one who's going to do one night at Field and Stream in Montana and see who is going to win that one.
Oh my
Thanks,
gosh, Sarah, thank you.
Drum rolls. All right. Winner is
Yay.
Bobby. All right.
Congrats, Bobby. Our second winner is, drum roll again.
Perfect. And this is going to be for the one night stay at the Night Sky in San Luis Obispo.
Norma.
Norma
Congrats, Norma.
Zarbach. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right. Well, thank you so much, Linda, and APLBC. Thank you to Barbara and Go Be Sleeves. Thank you to everyone who has been our sponsor today. We do have a couple more giveaways here as well, but I did just want to say thank you because I know Linda is also getting a little bit later in the day for you. So thanks for sticking around with us as you always do. I appreciate that. We do have a giveaway from, let's see here, from Journey Woman, which I did drop in the chat before, which was a link to the Never Too Late travel book. I'm going to share my screen to show you guys what that looks like. So this one right here, when it pops up, there you go, the Never Too Late. Which is by Carolyn Ray, the founder of, or the president of Journey Woman, and Lola Ahmed as well. So Carolyn messaged me to say, let's do a giveaway for that. So if you want to pull up your screen or the wheel again, Brittany, we'll choose a winner for that. And then the last giveaway we're going to do is we're going to tap into the list of those who filled out the survey in our email that we had sent out. If you completed that survey in the email, your name went into a raffle. If you took an extra step and you shared, Brittany, are you able to pull up the wheel again? Oh, perfect. And then if you were able to share on social media about our event at all, then you win a $200 travel voucher. Thank you to our sponsor, Pinerary. So that's going to come up next. So we will do this one for the Never Too Late book by Journey Woman.
All right. And our winner is... Eva Mastroli. Congratulations.
Eva Mastroli. Perfect, Eva. Congrats. Alrighty, and so last but not least, for the winner of the $200 travel voucher, thanks to Pinerary, and again, you can use this however you would like. So that's super generous of them. If you want to pull up the other list of people.
There we go.
Oh, perfect. You already had it there.
Yeah.
Of course you do. You're Miss Techie. All right, and the winner is, they travel slowly. I put her handle on there because she shared it on Instagram. So I will send her a message.
All right. Congratulations, everybody.
Is that, it was, they travel slowly or they adventure slowly?
They adventure slowly.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, that is all of our giveaways today. Congrats to everyone who won something. I'll be sending you guys an email over the next couple days. Thank you again to all of our speakers. Thanks again to our incredible sponsors for our swag bag, as well as our overall sponsors for the entire event, including Boutique Travel Advisors, Journey Woman, Women's Work, Imagine Experiences, APLBC, Travel Awakens, Pinerary, Go Be Sleeves, Joe Pine, and Her House. And again, be sure to check out our swag bag with ELO Hotels, Rita Perez's summer camp, Lisa the Travel Doctor, Wanted Coach, and Vital Journeys at Any Age. All right. Okay, guys. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to stop recording in a second here, and we're going to go in breakout rooms. So if you guys want to stick around to connect with others, you're very welcome. Thank you guys. That is a wrap for the 2026 Women Thrive Through Travel MasterFind virtual event. We're going to blink and it's going to be our 7th annual one. So do connect with us on our social channels at the Travel Coach Network. Do reach out if you have any questions or you're interested in joining the Travel Coach Certification Program during our spring sale. or have any questions about it, I'm happy to answer those. Come join us in our TCN Global community. Check out our podcast at the Travel Coach Network podcast, and come join our journey of changing lives through travel. So thank you guys again so much. Thanks for our speakers. And so we will do some breakout rooms here. Let's stop recording.